Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 o'clock, thank you very much. Welcome to the 126th annual meeting of the Council. I'd like to call on the Reverend Max Drinkwater to say an opening prayer.
Some verses from the first letter to the Corinthians. Only let each person lead the life that the Lord has assigned to him and to which God has called him. So, brothers and sisters, in whatever condition each was called, there, let them remain with God. Let us pray. Lord God, you call each of us to lead a life of truth, of joy and of peace. As we come together today in our shared dedication to the art of bell ringing, may we support and encourage one another in our vocation, that the whole world may resound to your glory, for you live and reign now and forever. Amen.
Thank you. Opening point of order. Unfortunately, as we had last year, one society didn't get membership numbers to us in time and has apologised profusely and asked that they be allowed to participate in full in the meeting. Some confusion over how to report numbers. Rule 9.4 does actually allow us to deal with such irregularities, but we are all volunteers and sometimes things slip through the net. We do need to have a vote on allowing them to participate in the meeting, especially as they've travelled all the way from Wales, not to narrow it down at all. So could we have a show of hands to allow the society? Thank you very much. We start with, we move on to application to affiliate, and I'm pleased to say we have one which the Secretary will read.
Hello, I've had an application from the Central European Association. Dear Ernie, the Central European Association of Chain Ringers hereby apply for affiliation to the Central Council of Church Bellringers. The criteria for affiliation according to the Council Rule 4.2 are fulfilled as follows. The CEA operates across mainland Europe and currently counts 30 resident members. The purpose of the CEA, as stated in our Constitution, is to seek improved communication among chain ringers in European countries other than UK and ERA, to raise the standard of ringing, to improve the contacts with ringers outside this area, and to extend the appreciation of chain ringers amongst the general public. We confirm that the CEA will undertake to abide by the Council's rules and decisions. May we ask the Council to consider an application at the next Council meeting, signed by Heather Powers, CEA Secretary, and Nick Wright, CEA President.
Okay. The limit for membership for associations outside the UK is 25, so that's why it was mentioned that they have 30. So that is eligible. Are there any comments on the mission of the Central European Association? Otherwise we put it to the vote.
Peter Scott, Yorkshire Association. Had the Central European Association applied as a small society, the executive would have carried out some checks with them. I would like to ask if the executive has in fact considered those checks in relation to this association. It primarily relates around safeguarding. If there were any safeguarding issues, it does reflect upon us all, as we know, and perhaps them being in a different legal entity might well cause the question to be relevant.
It's a good point, not formally, but I do happen to know that they do have a safeguarding policy because I discussed it with them a little while ago. We don't actually require it, but that's not the point of the question, I know. But I did check that point. So no other comments? I'll put that to vote. All those in favour? Any against? Welcome them to membership. Could I just say that when people do speak, that they they stand and say who they are and where they're from. We don't all know who everybody is, and it's more inclusive if we can say who we are and so people know. The next item is the welcome to new members, and Ernie will read them out, and perhaps again if they could, if not too embarrassed, stand up and make sure people know who you are. It'll help.
Well, to start with, I'm going to embarrass one of our new younger members from the Carlisle Diocesan Guild, Jaden Milby. From the Dorset County Association, Gareth Down. Gloucester and Bristol, we have Bob Landon. Clerical Guild, we have the Reverend Max Drinkwater. Yeah. From Devonshire Guild, Charlotte Boyce. The Irish Association, I apologise for the pronunciation, name Hickey. Kent County Association, Neil Jones, Alexander Hunting and Stephanie Hunting. Lancashire Association, Simon Percy. Mandaff and Monmouth Association, I think I might have got this wrong, Harriet Moncrief, but I think they've changed the representative.
He is here, it's Andrew Phillips.
Andrew Phillips, yes. Middlesex County Association, London Diocesan Guild, Hans Rashbrook, who has apologised. For the National Priest Guild, Helen Fuller Whelan. For the North Wales Association, Harvey Prowse. Norwich Diocesan Guild, we've got Joe Belstien. Okay, and Mary Jones. For the Royal Cumberland Jews, Joseph Waters. London University Society, Toby Hibbert. Welsh Colleges Society, Leon Meredith. Winchester and Portsmouth Diocesan Guild, Rachel Barber and Nick James. Yorkshire Association, Andrew Slade. Now somebody obviously just said, why am I missing? I would like to just mention very specifically for the Worcester and District Association what we believe to be the youngest ever member of the council, Elizabeth Tennant.
Thank you very much. Welcome to all of those. I'm sure if you could just check with the membership oh, there's a hand up.
James Kirkcaldy, Guild of Devonshire Ringers. Barbara Hemsley from Guild of Devonshire Ringers was not mentioned.
She needs a round of applause, if she's Thank you.
And two more who weren't mentioned.
Two more.
Sally Brown, Leicester Diocesan Guild.
Alistair Johnson, Peterborough Guild.
Any more that weren't mentioned? Oh.
There are several members who were members of the council who have moved roles. Mary Bone being one of them, myself being another one. Katie is a new member, I think. Yes.
She's not here, but Deborah Margeson Bacon from the Guildford
Welcome to all of those, and those not here. If you just check with the Membership Secretary, Carol Franklin, that you've done the data consent form and any associated paperwork. Now we move on to apologies for absence. Again, Secretary to read the list.
I have received apologies for absence so far from Ian Oram, steward of the Bell Restoration Fund, Mike Hansford, Bath and Wales, Colin Newman, Colin Hughes, Keith Gardner, Lancashire Association, Leanne McCune, Barrow District, Tim Jackson, Dove Steward, Ed Sterling, East Derbyshire, West Nottingham, Dave Mattingly, steward of the Fred Dukes International Bell Fund, Chris Povey, Four Shires, Jill Hughes, Derby, Simon Edwards, Gloucester and Bristol, Caroline Stockman, Kent County, Chris Ridley, ex officio, Beverly Furness, North Wales, Mark Davis, Gloucester and Bristol, Joe Belstein, Norwich Diocesan, Philip Pawley, Sussex County, Charles Pike, Wolferston, Bath and Wales, Matthew Turner, Llandaff and Monmouth, John Cooper Thwaite, Guildford, Alan Nunley, ex officio, E. Ann Williams, Shropshire, Derek Harbottle, Gloucester and Bristol, Duncan Walker, Carlisle, Chris Sharp, Lincoln, Debs Magison, Baker, Guildford, Graham Haywood, Southwell, Nottingham, Jill Fiffy, Derby Diocesan, Fiddy, Hans Rashbrook, Middlesex County, Middlesex Diocesan Guild.
Are there any other apologies for absence?
Hayley Young, Truro.
Sorry?
Hayley Young, Truro.
Michelle Giovanni Camerari of the Bellringers.
He's put the initials.
I've just written Viennese.
Stuart Hutchison, Lichfield Balls.
Richard Weil, Gloucester and Bristol.
In many cases, transport difficulties this weekend have conspired against people. Well done to those who have travelled great distances to get here. Move on to In Memoriam. Could we stand in memory of those council members and former council members who died since the last meeting, with the Secretary to read the list?
The following members and former members of the council have died since the last meeting in 2022. Brian John Robert Goss, Peterborough Diocesan Guild 1993 to 1999. Attended 4 meetings, died 23rd of September 2022. Anthony James Thomas Tony Evans, Peterborough Diocesan Guild 1999 to 2005, attended 5 meetings, died 28th of September 2022. Frank Thomas Balgrove, Middlesex County Association and London Diocesan Guild, 1957 to 2016, attended 55 meetings, died 11th of October 2022. Jean Jeffrey Lee Stewart, Irish Association, 1953 to 1960, attended 7 meetings, died 15th of October 2022. Albert Victor Shepherd, Sussex County Association, 1963 to 1969, attended 6 meetings, and died in October 2022. Lionel Stanley Wood, Essex Association, 1959 to 1960, attended 1 meeting, died 11th of November 2022. Eric George Henry Godfrey, Surrey Association, 1978 to 1993, on Derek Hitchens, Salisbury Diocesan Guild, 1969 to 1993. Attended 24 meetings, died 27th of December 2022. Peter Kemp, Middlesex County Association and London Diocesan Guild, 2012 to 2016. Attended 3 meetings, died 5th of January 2023. Donald Richard Marshall, North Wales Guild, 1987 to 1993, and 1997 to 2005. Attended 14 meetings, died 4th of January 2023. Ronald Keith Russ, Middlesex County Association and London Diocesan Guild, 1987 to 1993. Attended 6 meetings, died 25th of January 2023. Robert Beavis Smith, Honorary Member 1969 to 1993 and 1994 to 2000. Attended 28 meetings, died 3rd of February 2023. Dennis Noel Layton, University of London Society, 1956 to 1966, attended 7 meetings, died 28th of February 2023. Henry Poignard, Shropshire Association, 1960 to 1963, and Southwell Diocesan Guild, 1967 to 1972, attended 7 meetings, died 11th of March 2023. Michael John Conroy, Irish Association, 1990 to 2002 and 2021 to 2023. Attended 9 meetings, died 13th of March 2023. Grinray Alfred Roberts, Southwell Diocesan Guild, 1978 to 1981, and 1984 to 2002. East Derbyshire and West Nottinghamshire Association, 2014 to 2017. Attended 24 meetings, died 7th of May 2023. Roland Fergal Eccles, Australia and New Zealand Association, 1979 to 1990. Attended 10 meetings, died 12th of June 2023. Ellen Paul Stanley Berry, Honorary Member 1982 to 2000, 2004 to 2007, and 2008 to 2010. Ex officio member 2010 to 2014, attended 21 meetings, died 11th of June 2023. Jean Elizabeth Bottomley, Honorary Member 1966 to 1971, attended 4 meetings, died 27th of May 2023. David Oliver Newstub, Australia and New Zealand Association, 2002 to 2004, attended 1 meeting, died 10th of August 2023. We also remember the following member whose death has come to light during the past year. John Scott, Chester Diocesan Guild, 1963 to 1966, attended 2 meetings, died 9th of November 2016. There is a small amount of extra information in the list which I will include in the minutes.
Let us pray. Lord, look upon those who have finished the course of their earthly life, whom you have called home in your love. Receive them and lead us, that the changes of this world may not trouble us, for the sake of your glory. Amen. Rest eternal grant unto them, O Lord, and may light perpetual shine upon them. May they rest in peace and rise in glory. Amen.
Thank you.
Michael Church, Register of Portsmouth Diocesan Guild. I don't know whether this is the right place for this following fact to be recorded or under the Historic and Work Group report, but I think it should be recorded that one of the names that was read out, Eric Godfrey, was an officer of the council for many years, spanning a particularly busy period over the millennium when he was treasurer, and he also ran the and controlled the Millennium Company, which was the big thing for funding works on those. So I think it would be appropriate if we could record the fact that Eric was treasurer of the council for the period that he was. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, good point. Put that in.
That's
Yeah,
the
thank you.
information I have, yes.
Thank you, Paul Flavel, Surrey Association. One of the names you read out, you said Brinley Roberts, but I think that should be Brinley Richards.
Thank you.
Richards, I do beg your pardon, Richards, yes.
Okay, thank you. The minutes of the 2022 annual meeting, which are on page 6 of the meeting papers. Just take any corrections to those minutes. There are no. Two minor corrections have been passed to the Secretary. In that case, can I have an agreement that we, simple majority agreement that I sign and date the minutes? All those in favour? Any against? Is it true only that we're about to change the way we use this minute book? The minute book it gets fat because it has paper stuck in it, and we're going to move to a different way of doing it.
Yes. If Philip Green is in the meeting, could you come and have a word with me afterwards about the group? Yes.
Thank you. That's part of the problem.
It's a good job I came by.
Matters arising from the minutes not covered elsewhere on the agenda. We don't think there are, but if there is anything you want to raise here that you think is not going to get covered later, either ask now or late time.
John Harrison, Oxford Diocesan Guild. At the top of page 9, at the beginning, there's reference to the recognition of ringers performing art by the Arts Council, implying that this is an ongoing activity. I don't recall reading anything about that in the paperwork, in the report, or was there?
There isn't. That's not now an ongoing activity.
Okay. Is there a reason why?
Difficult to get them, but we don't think it's going to be fruitful. I don't think
Okay.
it's a fruitful use of our time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other matters arising? Let's move on. The governance review for bonds.
Philip Barnes.
Take it out of the order.
Philip Barnes, Kent County Association. Members will recall that last year we presented the initial part of the governance review. This is merely now to let you know that the final governance assessment that we did using the Charity Governance Code was completed and approved by the executive in July. I'm going to ask the Secretary to put it in the governance section of the council website so that not only members but all other ringers and anyone else who's interested can read all about it. It's a mere 36 pages. The other thing that we were asked to attend to last year was an outstanding issue from the 2020 meeting when we admitted small societies, which was that we should assess the impact of the small societies on the council and on its governance. And we also considered that at our meeting in July. And it was agreed that there had been no adverse impact to the admission of small societies, and then indeed in some respects their inclusion had had a positive impact on governance arrangements. One thing that has been particularly of interest is in the field of safeguarding, where some of the diocesan safeguarding advisors, who are a somewhat disparate group with different views about life, the universe and safeguarding, I think it's fair to say, Clive will correct me if I'm wrong, have actually welcomed positively the fact that this safeguarding assessment that is part of the small society inclusions has been rather useful in dealing with other small groups within the church and within ringing, so that they have something that they can point small groups to as something that they may wish to consider. So the work done with the Lilliputters and to a lesser extent the, I can't remember the other small society, I apologise. I was going to say the Railway Guild, and then I thought that you can't be that small. Glad you got it. Very glad. Has been very useful, and by being able to point in that direction. So that concludes the governance review for this round. The standing orders will require that we go through a similar process in 2 or 3 years' time. That will be a job for the incoming executive. Has anyone got any questions?
Jane Wilkinson, Society of Royal Cumberland Youths. May we ask whether the council representative members will have a chance to look at the governance review before it is finally put to bed? I know what the rules say at the moment, but I think it would be quite helpful if we did.
Yes. What I would not wish to do is to delay publishing it on the council's website for a year. I think that would be, it wouldn't reflect well on the council, keeping something to touch for another year. So I leave that for the incoming executive, but I'd have thought that the ability to raise questions about it at the next annual meeting would be perfectly reasonable.
Any other questions for yes.
Robert Perry, Truro, Diocesan Guild. I'm not sure if this is the right place to mention this, but since Phil referred to Diocesan Safeguarding Advisors, I'd just like to advise the Council that the Church of England has changed its arrangements, and Diocesan Safeguarding Advisors are being replaced by Diocesan Safeguarding Officers. And that's more than just semantics. The DSOs will have considerably greater powers than the DSAs they're replacing, and will, for example, be able to act independently of the bishop, whereas at the moment everything has to come to the bishop. So it is a different regime, and it's as well that we're aware of that.
Okay. Anything else? I think we should record thanks to the governance review has been a really large piece of work that's been going on in the background for quite a while. And it's fair to say also Clyde Whitaker has done a lot of work on it, and they've been beavering away, and it's impressive. So I think we need to thank both of them and others involved in that piece of work. The trustees' report, which starts on page 18 of the meeting papers. This is it covers a lot of the similar ground to executive reports and other things that we report on. It is written in a slightly different way. This is the trustees' formal report to get sent to the Charities Commission, and in writing it, very cognizant of the need to be acting in accordance with the objects of the charity and its objective. So you do see sort of slightly different wordings, slightly different emphasis on things that have been done. It also, although in this meeting we receive and adopt it, because it's slightly late to do that because we're up against a timetable with these, and we have to file it by a certain time. But it's here to be interrogated should you wish, and if there are any questions that arise on it before we receive and adopt. Yes.
Mary Bone, Essex Association. I'd just like to point out at the top of page 20 that the item, the church continues to value our contribution, which had a bullet point in front of it. But I'd also like to ask whether you could consider updating section 5.6 on safeguarding in the light of all the additional work that's been done since that paragraph was first written.
Yes, that should be, we'll make a note to make sure that is firmly reviewed next time. Thank you. Any other comments on the trustees' reports? Can we have can we receive and adopt? All those in favour of receiving and adopting the trustees' report? Any against? Thank you very much. Item 9 is the...
I have to update the number of representatives on the trustee report. Okay. As of the 26th of August, we had a membership of 2 fellows, 14 ex officio, 199 representative member positions with 22 vacancies, and 2 small societies. So a possible membership of 217, taking into vacancies into account, a actual membership on the 26th of August of 195.
Thank you. We move on to accounts. The accounts for 2022, approved by the trustees on the 12th of July. Fergus will present and take questions.
13 of the meeting papers. First point to note is that Caroline Stockman resigned as independent examiner, leaving Duncan Walker as the sole independent examiner. Our thanks go to Caroline for the work that she has done in the past, and Duncan for his unqualified report, which we received last week. Thanks also go to Bellringers from Publications, Ian Self from the Library, Friends of the Library for their contributions, and also to John Harrison for his work in distributing the leaflets. The total assets as at 31st of December 22 were 441,667. The general fund made a loss of 5,583, primarily as a result of the AGM costs at Nottingham Trent University. Publications has returned to profit following the pandemic and transferred £10,000 to the general fund, which can be used unrestricted. The Friends of the Library showed a deficit of £2,285 this year. There were no grants paid from the Fred Dukes Bell Fund for overseas restoration works, but 3 grants were awarded. 15 grants were paid from the Central Council Bell Restoration Fund following completion of works, and they're listed in the meeting papers in the notes of the accounts. And a grant was made to the Northwest course of £2,500. And they've now had 2 successful courses. And there's no proposal from me to vary the affiliation fees for 2024. So I'm quite happy to take questions now.
Thank you, Fergus. Are there any questions for the Treasurer?
Thank you. Fred Bowen, Essex Association. I note that in note 10 it says the grants totaled 11,400. In the on page 13 it says 11,450, which is actually the total of the things listed in item 10. But I do think that the total figure given in note 10 ought to agree.
Yes, my apologies, that's obviously a typo on my part.
Anthony Robblewood, Salisbury. I noticed under AGM weekend we've got an enormous figure by comparison to 21. Is it similar to previous years before the pandemic, or is it somewhat higher than you might expect?
I honestly haven't done the comparison, but I believe it is very similar. Because we were holding meetings via Zoom for 2 years, it sort of skews last year's comparative columns quite a lot.
Question at the front.
Mary Bowen, Essex Association. If I might just expand on what Fergus has said, that the expenditure on the annual meeting is considerably increased since we moved to the new style of meeting involving mini roadshows, or slightly more than mini roadshows, and having a range of seminars and things like that available for those in the area and from the wider area around the venue. So the meeting's being held on a different basis, and you can't really compare it strictly with what happened before, although obviously the costs of the ancillary events, one hopes, will be covered.
Just by comparison, Fergus, what do we think the cost of this year's meeting is going to be?
Spreadsheet.
Yeah, I think it's a particularly cost-effective place to come. Every year, but it's
we've currently spent just under £3,000 on freighting this year.
Fred Bowen, Essex Association. I'm just looking at the report for the year ending 2019, where the income figure for the council meeting was 10,768, which is actually slightly higher than this one, and the expenditure was 15,700 odd, which is rather less, but you know, it is indeed broadly comparable with what things were before we were subject to lockdowns.
It's obviously a material amount of our costs when compared with the subscription. Any other questions for the Treasurer? No? Would anyone like to propose approval of the accounts? You propose it, right? Yes. And second, the Treasurer. Seconding? Okay. Those in favour of adopting the accounts? Any against? Thank you. Just thank the Treasurer for all your hard work during the year, Fergus. Thank you again. We come on to the executive report for 2022-23. A few things of interest in there. I also will talk, I could take questions on this now, or you might want to defer questions until I talk about the forward plan as well, because it covers similar material. We're talking in here about the start of a revised strategy, which is some pictures have appeared in the meeting papers, but I'm going to be talking about those in some more detail during the forward plan, especially if they're difficult to read. Also want to pick out, it might be a bit buried, the work the safeguarding team is with. There was a lot of concern a year or so ago that the implications on towers of safeguarding training was going to be an issue. And the safeguarding team and Clyde have done a lot of work lobbying the national safeguarding team for the church ring, and to the extent we are now beginning to work on some ringing specific case studies that will be available for safeguarding training, which is a major achievement. It will be the first group within the church that is not the clergy that will have specific safeguarding scenarios for training. So it's actually a significant achievement, we think. As I say, the majority of work is carried out by work groups, so this is really the sort of the more high-level stuff. But happy to take questions on the executive report.
Neil Dodge, Suffolk Guild. Is there any further update on the National Reading Centre?
I almost mentioned that without someone asking, to be fair. That's got a little bit stuck. The Church Conservation Trust complicated the issue because of deciding to move their own offices to Northampton as well, so that's become a big focus of them, and they're in complicated commercial discussions with the operator of the pub and of the site. And considering our little bit, it's not a major deal for them. There is definitely a risk that the brewery will decide that they want the building we want to turn into a reading centre into a brewery. The Church Conservation Trust don't want that to happen because they think that the Bellringers adds it ticks a big box for their heritage outcomes because they rather promised it. This will be a way of bringing different parties to the overall heritage destination that is that clutch of buildings. So it's just got a little bit stuck at the moment. On the front.
Mary Bone, Essex Association. On the mobile belfry, I noticed that there have been delays on the trailer design and build, but could you update us on developing the business plan for its use?
The business plan for its use hasn't changed much since we last talked about it. There is a business plan for its use, which particularly shows it being taken into schools and events on a number of occasions. The biggest worry I have with the mobile belfry, I'd say, is transport. It's getting the weight right. There will be and looking into the future, the risks of just people not having the sorts of vehicles that can tow things. It's a bigger problem for the caravan industry than it is for us. But there is a business plan. If you remember the mobile belfry, the asset is transferred to the Chamber Belfries, to the Chamber Trust, which is being renamed the Mobile Belfries Trust. And the purpose of that is to coordinate the booking and management of the three mobile belfries, the Lichfield, Darcy's mobile belfry, this mobile belfry, and the Chamber Ring, to make sure that events around the country are bring the most appropriate for them, and the business plan of the Chamber Trust, the Mobile Belfries Trust, covers its expenses and is a viable trust. So, and I've now become a trustee of that trust because I'm quite embedded in that thing and want to continue helping it to be. I want it to be a success. So I'm now a trustee of the Chamber Trust.
Forgive me, Chairman, if I'm a bit behind the time. Can I raise another question on safeguarding, please?
Yeah.
There's Alistair Donaldson, Ipswich Guild, sorry, I beg your pardon. Introduce myself again. We have a situation where the diocesan safeguarding advisor, or maybe officer, I'm not sure, has informally told us that she intends to impose a certification and training regime on all ringers throughout the diocese that is significantly beyond the advice received from the Council and, I thought, agreed with the National Safeguarding Team. While we intend to continue this discussion, including challenging the legality of some of her proposals, what can the Council do to support the Guild in challenging this and similar proposals?
It's Clyde. Clyde, are you available to pick that one up, please? Clyde Whittaker is the trustee with particular responsibility for safeguard.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, Clyde Whittaker, Middlesex County Association, London Diocesan Guild. We have had a challenge in the safeguarding team over the last year. We're kind of down to One of our safeguarding officers has seriously injured themselves, and one has gone to a wedding this weekend. So we unfortunately don't have any safeguarding officers who could be here. Ideally, we would have had someone from the safeguarding team along to this meeting as we did in Nottingham. I have to say it's quite a sort of an extreme thing to do to arrange your wedding just in order to miss a Central Council meeting, but that seems to be what's happening. In terms of the Church of England, you're absolutely right. The problem we have two problems really. Firstly, to get the right level of dialogue with the National Safeguarding Team. And on the training side, we were fortunate in that the member of the National Safeguarding Team who we engaged with was very keen to make the training work for ringers, and as a result of that we have got, as Simon referred to, the agreement from them that when they review the basic awareness training next year, they will include either a sort of ringing path through it, or alternatively a number of ringing case scenarios. So we've been able to make movement there. We did have another meeting which Simon and I attended with a member of the National Safeguarding Team who's responsible for safer recruitment and people management. So this is all of the application checks on people who want to volunteer with the church and the DBS checks. We had a greater degree of resistance there to doing anything in terms of the Church of England doing anything bespoke or offering bespoke guidance for bell ringing. So what we're going to do is, what we have done is a number of things. Firstly, at the beginning of the year, we published a leaflet from practice to perfect. Now it's available on our website. It's not written for ringers. It's written for diocesan safeguarding advisors and parish safeguarding officers. And its purpose is to introduce them, and many of them have no real idea about how ringing works, to the way that ringing is organised and worked, and how ringing deals with safeguarding. So if any of you are having discussions with your DSAs, please do have a look at that document and send it to your DSA. It was sent out to all DSAs by the National Safeguarding Team earlier in the year, but people change. So it's a good opportunity to get that out. Hopefully that will kind of break the ice and help you have a constructive engagement with your DSA. That's the first thing. Second thing is, with the national, with the training, because all DSAs take different approaches, so even if you manage to get a good engagement with the National Safeguarding Team, it often comes to nothing because DSAs can really do what they want within bounds, and a number of them deviate from what the National Safeguarding Team, their guidelines. So if having sort of got that engagement with your DSA, we have published a table setting out from information sent into us by associations what they're doing, or what different DSAs are doing on training. And we hope to do the same thing on people management and recruitment. So we can publish a similar table which hopefully will be of use to associations when they talk to their DSAs, because you'll be able to say, well, over in Lincoln they're taking this approach, this seems to be much better, could you possibly have a chat with the Lincoln DSA and see whether this approach would work in my diocese? So we're doing that. And thirdly, we hope to send out some guidance which we will agree with the NST, even though they're reluctant to send out guidance themselves. This will be our guidance that we will agree with them on the use of DBS checks and which roles within ringing are eligible for DBS checks. We've had the guidance cleared by the Disclosure and Barring Service, that's the national service in England and Wales for DBS checking. So we have to run it past the National Safeguarding Team, and then we hope to send that out. And hopefully that guidance will be useful to associations as well in informing the discussions that they have with their DSAs and getting a bit of rationality into the process that different dioceses use. Does that answer your question, Alison?
We will continue the discussion. Thank you. Look forward to seeing the advice.
Thank you, Clyde. Clyde has had particular success in dealing with more difficult DSA situations. I don't want to get involved in all of them, but picking up the phone and explaining the correct point of view has worked on a number of occasions.
Robert Lewis, Middlesex County Association and London Diocesan Guild. Could I ask, Mr. President, if the executive and the Council Safeguarding team have looked at developing policy advice around managing those people in our midst who have been convicted of serious sexual offences, particularly against minors?
Have we looked at developing policy? I think the answer to that, Clive's pretty summed up.
Sorry, I don't bother with the microphone. I think everyone can hear me. The answer to that is yes. One of us, the safeguarding team, is currently producing a suggested portfolio of template safeguarding agreements. And again, those agreements are not intended in any way to supplant the role of the DSA. It's ultimately the diocese and the parish who administer and implement those agreements, but they are intended to be resources that will be available to associations and towns and parishes where they feel a safeguarding agreement may be appropriate and one may need to be drawn up. So hopefully resources that will help them have a more informed dialogue with their DSA as to how an appropriate safeguarding agreement should be constructed to meet the individual circumstances of their case.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Clive.
Jackie Roberts to Guildford Diocesan Guild. I thought the leaflet that was developed for diocesan safeguarding officers was excellent. If I have a minor criticism of it, it was that it reached the diocesan safeguarding officer before it reached us ringers. And it wasn't a big problem, but it would have helped.
Noted. Any other questions? Something else that has been developed, I'm not sure if it's mentioned elsewhere in this report, is the Code of Conduct. Something that the team has developed over the last few months is in response to a number of associations and towers asking if there's a code of conduct. These things are normally tend to be needed when associations have a problem and need to have a code of conduct. And with some consultation with societies who have such things and those who don't, a one-page code of conduct has been produced. I think is now on the council website. And it goes through the sort of the things you should be thinking about and the things you shouldn't be thinking about. The sort of thing that could go on any tower notice board. It's already been adopted by the St Martin's Guild, but unaltered, and was well received by the people who've seen it. So that's been, I think it's been published now, but not on the website yet, but will be very shortly.
It needs a backing image. And
then it's just waiting.
The executive have approved it, so we're just waiting to tidy it up.
Okay, it's very close, so hopefully that will also be helpful when you see it. Any other questions on the executive report? Otherwise we'll move forward into the work group reports, which have obviously a lot more meat in them. Right? In that case we will move on to the work group reports, and may as well start with the stakeholder liaison work group, which we don't have now, which has been discussed before. It's work. I suppose that before there was a stakeholder liaison work group, this role of it's always happened, whether it's been a role that a president has taken up or someone else within the council. That we've always talked to the church and to Historic England and people like that. It's just we focused it rather on a work group, and that's now been wound up. But I've offered to continue this work on behalf of the council should the executive wish, because a lot of these contacts are contacts that I know well. I even know some of them in my professional life, so it's no harm to bump into the Church Buildings Council. And there are a few things there that have been continued in there. The Heritage Business, Heritage Religious Buildings Alliance Conference is really useful because all the people who we need to see are there in one day, and it's really good. But we continue that work. The Church Conservation Trust is slightly tricky. They've had to change a chief executive. You may remember that relationship started to blossom when Peter Ayres came to the London conference and realised what a great bunch of people Bellringers are. Greg Pickup, who's the new Chief Executive, hasn't yet realised what a great bunch of people. But he will when I get a chance to. Any questions on that one? Yes.
Mr. President, Wilkinson Society of Royal Cumberland Blues. In days gone by, this is going back to 10, 15, 20 years ago, there were a whole lot of contacts between various groups and various committees.
Can't quite hear you.
Just me being a bit weak and feeble.
Just hold a bit closer.
There were an awful lot of contacts between various groups and individuals. It wasn't done all through one person. Do you feel that this is so much better to do it with one person rather than to have a lot of close contacts? I speak of somebody who was much involved with two of them at one stage.
Yes, I wouldn't say it's necessarily better. I think it depends on what individuals you have available. I mean, if there is someone who has all these contacts anyway, I don't think there's any harm in it resting in that individual. It's relatively efficient. Even those other contacts talk to each other. If you didn't have somebody who was who had the contacts, then it would be more. You need to make sure different individuals pick these things up. As you say, would have happened in the past. So I don't think it's necessarily more efficient, but I think it should work. We can keep under review, certainly. Oh, and I should also say that we have been putting together a contact list of all the people we do know, so that if bus comes along and I'm in the wrong position, these contacts can be picked up.
John Harrison, Oxford Diocese Guild. I made this comment to you at the time, but I'll raise it here since I don't see it reflected in any of the paperwork. The relationship with senior stakeholders is clearly important to the Council, and whilst I accept that there's no longer a need for a work group and that you will be very competent to carry it on, I feel it important that this function is visible within the Council's management structure. Currently, when that work group disappears, there will be no record. Nobody looking at our structure will be able to see that this function exists. So I think it should become a permanent function, whether it's managed by a steward or a work group. Doesn't matter. It should be down there as something which it is seen that the council does.
Yes, John, it will be. We struggled with what to call it. We don't think it's necessarily a steward because that term doesn't fit, and we don't have any of the other terms for things. But I think we can probably commit that by the end of the year we'll have got a name for it and it will sit in the structure. But it is being discussed and it will happen, yes. Any other questions on that role? No? In that case, we move on to Historical and Archive Work Group. And John Harrison is going to fill in.
Do you want me to come down?
Possibly helpful.
Then they can see them. Harrison, for those with a memory of less than 30 seconds, Oxford Diocese Guild. I'm not the leader of the History and Archive Work Group, who unfortunately has gone to a family wedding, so he can't be with us. However, I agreed to stand in and present our report and to try to answer any questions that I could. I also, being slightly forgetful, printed out what I was going to say and left it at home. So I will be reading the soft copy. Obviously you've read our report, I assume. Points to make since then. We're pleased to welcome Kath Coleman, who's expressed an interest in our work and is here today. We'd be happy to welcome any more people. I'm sure you've read about the library collection and its potential move. That is reported. We can answer questions if necessary on that. Clearly that was a big question for us because the library is an important asset. Update work group membership, yes. Significant thing, item 3 there, something that we've been working on for quite a while and
Doug Hurd has put a lot of work into. There is now a ringing website within the Central Council domain. It's history.cccbr.org.uk, a little bit like you have Dove and other things. And this will become, it's currently got all the biographic information in an integrated form, so council biographies, online access to Ringing World obituaries, online access to things on other websites like the College Youth Tributes and several other things. So our aim there is to provide an integrated access to biographical information about all ringers, as many as we can. If you know of any more resources, we'd like to link them in. We've also got other sections, for example, things like the library catalogue will move over there. You're all familiar, I'm sure, with the Rolls of Honour website. That too has moved. This is integrated because it's information about former ringers. And you may remember all the mini biographies that Alan Regan produced during the run-up to 2018. Again, these are accessed by links into the Ringing World website, thanks to their cooperation, so you can link to the page where these were written. There is a technicality, because the Ringing World charges if you're not a subscriber. If you're a subscriber, you go straight in and you can just download it. If you're not, you might have to buy that copy, but I'm sure we all want to support the Ringing World. The move to the library to Loughborough, there were, I think this is all in the report, but the executive has agreed that the best solution is to move the library to Loughborough, and this, I think, is this a thing we have to formally agree, or has it been?
It's a motion later.
It is a motion, yeah, so you'll see the motion later on. But if anybody wants to raise questions about that, we explored a huge number of options. I'm sure you don't want me to go through them, but I can if necessary. The two leading ones were the Ringing Centre in Northampton, but again, on balance, Loughborough came out as the preferred option. We can't move there immediately, and we're very grateful to the current librarian for carrying on and looking after it while we work out what to do with it. Give me a prompt. Is there anything on another page? Information appeal board. Oh yes, the appeal board database. This is the project we've been thinking about for a number of years. We've done some pilot work. We'd like to get a record, a central record of all appeal boards. That's a massive target, so we're starting small. We're going to build up this gradually. There are lots of things we could do. Eventually we could link it into performances, and we're discussing with Bellboard how this could be done. Initially the aim is to do the collection. You probably read Richard Andrews' article in the Ringing World a few weeks ago, asking for regional coordinators, people who help gather information. There's a lot of pictures of appeal boards already out there. I mean, My Town website's got all our appeal boards on it, and there are lots of others. We're trying to draw this together as a central resource. So, again, very much the way we work is that we are trying to provide a central hub to link together the resources across the community, not to do everything ourselves. So do contribute if you can, volunteer if you can. Biographies I've mentioned. Biographies. We used to have a target of writing up a biography of every council member and every other notable person we thought was suitable. That hasn't been possible for a number of years. We've run out of resources. We've made a big step forward in that you can now, at a click, you can look to obituaries, published obituaries. That, I think, accounts for about a third of the backlog. We may at some point decide to produce a more basic record, which just says sort of name, rank and number. We haven't decided yet. But again, if more people are interested in researching the lives or writing up the lives of people in their own area, we'd be delighted to take this on board and include it. We'd rather include things. Some people have written biographies and submitted them to us, so do get in touch. Ringing print catalogue is in hand. When this is sorted out, this again will appear on the history website. And finally, bell recordings. Nothing is happening on this for the simple reason we've got nobody with an interest to do the work. So there's an opportunity. Several people have said this would be a good thing to do. It's been discussed recently, I think, on the rigging forums, maybe on one of the email lists. At the moment, we don't have the resource to take this forward. And this would fit in. It's another aspect of ringing history which we could maintain. So, and with that, I would like to, if he You're excellent. I'd like to propose our report.
The Self Truro Diocesan Guild, I'm pleased to second the report. Thank you.
We're actually going to take adopt the whole lot at the end, all the executive work groups reports as a whole.
Okay.
Rather than individual ones. But the question, I should have said at the start of this section, we're sort of rolling items 10 and 11 together here because we have the reports of the year up to May, and then we ask each of the work group leaders to extend, or whenever it was, and extend it up to May, so it's much more up to date. So as each work group leader comes and gives the update, we're really looking at what's been reported on and the update, which John has done without prompting, because I forgot.
That's what the chairman told me I was supposed to do.
Yes, right. So it's questions on the report and the update. And there's a question on the front.
Thank you. Fred Bone, Essex Association. I do think it's important that the list of deceased members should be accurate, so I'd like it noted that Lionel Woods spelt his first name the conventional way with one L on the end. Thank you.
Okay. If you could contact me afterwards so I get that right, I'll put it in.
Any other questions for John?
Michael Church, Winston Portsmouth Guild. There was many years ago, even predating me, but I'm not sure about John, a Peel Board's committee of the Central Council. Now, I don't know what records they had, I don't know what date that committee was disbanded, but if you've not researched that, perhaps the library might be a first place to see if there's information there which may be helpful to you.
Okay. Do you want me to respond item by item? Well, firstly, Michael, you were on the council long before I was, despite the fact you might be slightly younger. Yes, there probably was. I can't off the top of my head. Richard, wherever you are, have you looked at what the former Peel Boards Committee did? We have another project actually, which is to research and write up the history of all council committees. David Jones was doing that, who was a member a while ago. That hasn't been completed, but I will go and see whether we've got a record of that. But my suspicion is if they'd left anything substantive, we might know about it, but I will check. Thank you for that.
Tristan Lockhart, Leeds University Union. You mentioned a number of vacant posts. Are they being put onto the Situations Vacant page on the Central Council website so that anyone who's interested can have a look?
I'm not sure whether there is a Situations Vacant page, but if there is, we certainly put things on. They do get mentioned every time we have reports and things like that, but good suggestion.
Yeah, no one quite manages Situations Vacant, to be fair, but I've made a note.
Annie Hall, Coventry Diocesan Guild of Church Bellringers. The Peel Board database has caused quite a lot of excitement in our guild, and we've had one of the previous presidents of the council come forward, Chris Mew, who's offered to consolidate it for us within Coventry. So.
Richard Andrew is leading this project.
Richard Andrew, St Martin's Guild, and also History and Archive Work Group member. Regarding the Coventry Guild, I did in fact have a phone call from Chris Mew yesterday, and I phoned him back, and he was discussing this, and I think he's got something in hand, so I'm hoping he'll be in contact, but he did say he possibly might look into being a contact for the Coventry Guild area.
Anything else for this work group? Okay.
Speak up. Does the work group have any plans to digitise more of the contents of the library? And might I suggest it?
You're probably close to the library to me, or Alan. I don't know the answer. I'm not aware of any. We are certainly going to produce a more helpful and searchable catalogue of that, but digitising, I'm not sure.
No, but it's something that we can look at.
Okay, we'll take that from there.
Okay. No more questions. Thank you very much. The Historical and Archive Work Group. We move on to publications. Philip. Is Philip reading? Yes, Philip. Do we have a microphone, please, for Philip at the back?
Everybody, Philip Green, Lincoln, Diocesan Guild. Pretty much the reports as in your meeting papers. I'll read it out for everybody's benefit. Two new titles were published during the year, beginning statement and a revised version of Will You Call It Touch Please Bob. 8 titles were reprinted, against handbook towards better striking, reading charging and easy, manual of belting maintenance, one to learn and a follow-on book and method leaflets, and the 20 questions and 19 answers. In addition, more badges were made, 26 titles were available to download free of charge. Going to the sort of meat bit really, the income from sales was 12,721, a significant increase from 6,134 in 2021. Income exceeded expenditure by 2,457. The value of stock held fell to 3,469 from 5,036. During the year, we judged it appropriate to transfer £10,000 from the Publications Fund to the Central Council General Fund. At the year end, the total cash available was £17,391. The fund remains well able to finance any future work. Discounts continue to be available for bulk orders. We thank David Kilcowley for his help and support during the year. Thank you. Anybody got any questions?
Any questions on publications? Okay, thank you, Philip. Move on to the PR work group and Vicky Chapman. Report and update.
Hello, Vicky Chapman, Essex and Central Council Public Relations Officer for the next half an hour. You get a wriggle on, that is. So, this time last year I stood up here and congratulated you all for ringing for Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee. Then a world of pain opened up. Regrettably, she decided to go somewhere else, and then 2 years worth of planning with Buckingham Palace and Lambeth Palace took place, and headaches ensued. Ringers are a funny bunch, and you'll see from my comments in there about guidance. Guidance is guidance. It is not law. Many people were pleased to have guidance around Operation London Bridge. Some decided it was a good excuse to have a good old moan and a nitpick. That's really not helpful. Obviously, it's been a bit of a quiet year. Do you know, all I can say is, I'm glad I'm stepping away from that now. So, lots happened. Obviously, incredibly sad, Her Majesty passed away, which then prompted lots of discussions around what happens around a coronation. A few people were there at the previous one, but lots of discussions again with both palaces around what we should do, what we could do. What time are you ringing? When you're ringing? How are you ringing? What are you going to ring? When's it going to be? Oh, I can't tell you. What time's the service? What time are you going to ring? Was the question I got asked from Buckingham Palace. My response is, what time is the service? They rapidly changed the subject. Well, I can't tell you that, can I? So we go with ring whenever you feel like it, on the day. Whatever you can do would be lovely, thank you. So again, you know, that was entertaining, good value. But I think successful Ring for the King campaign. It was something that I started with the media back in October. And one guy at the BBC did an interview with me back then, and he said, I'll diarise it for next year. I'm like, okay. Didn't hear any more. Sat at work and had 3 phone calls in the space of 10 minutes from different news outlets, and by the third one I said, what on earth is going on? And he said, oh, it's in the diary. Oh. So, again, an awful lot of interviews, both by myself, by Simon, by many of you in this room, at local, national and international level. Personally, I was involved in either doing or setting up or writing or doing something with over 250 interviews, repeating myself so many times. But I think the Ring for the King campaign is probably the biggest campaign we've had with the widest media uptake. Whatever you think of it, good, bad or ugly, and I know that some of you sat in this room thinking, well, February was too late for us to teach people. I agree, absolutely. However, media aren't interested in anything that happens 6 months' time. They want to know what's happening now and in the next few weeks. So I would like to say thank you to everyone who answered my call for, can you do an interview, can you do some pictures, can you have the TV crew in your face. I think that was the biggest media coverage Ringing has, I'm going to stick my neck out and say, ever had. I'm also going to stick my neck out and say, I'm hoping that the next couple of years are going to be a bit quieter. So there's lots of things, I'm not going to go through everything in my report, you can see it there. We did an awful lot of stuff last year, an awful lot of Ringing activity, an awful lot of publicity, an awful lot of good news stories, which was brilliant. We did get a lovely little card from their Majesties. It was out in the room earlier on today. I've got it with me if you want to have a look. Thanking us for all our efforts on their behalf. You'll see they're also coming soon. That's a little image of the guy in the pink shirt is a chap called George. George Perrin lives in Bucharest, one of those, I don't know. But he is a ringer. But he's a filmmaker, and he came over in April and did some filming in a number of different churches to help us put together 2 videos that are, as of 3 o'clock this morning, on the Central Council YouTube channel, which you can use completely freely for all of your possible recruitment and PR stuff. There are 2 videos. One is about 9 minutes and has lots of people ringing, lots of people in local communities saying what they like about hearing the bells. And then there's a 2-minute stint, which is little snippets of interviews with people saying what they enjoy most about ringing. So these 2 films are up on our YouTube channel now. I'm just waiting for Mark to upload it to the website. And then you can use those, you can link to those on your own social media, on your own association, tower, or district websites. Please make use of them, please share them far and wide. If you're doing a talk, if you're doing some recruitment stuff, these are ideal to have playing in the background or to use as part of that recruitment. They are there for you to use widely. And again, I would like to thank particularly Steph Pendlebury and the guys that are all involved in the making of those film. So, if you spot them later, do ask for their autographs. And you'll see further down the agenda today, I will no longer be the public relations officer because I can't do 2 things at once. And to be honest, I don't want to be public relations officer anymore. Kind of been there, done that, got the t-shirt. So I am very pleased to announce, subject to executive approval, that we will have a new public relations officer in the guise of the lovely Ali Devine. Come up and show us your face, so you can nobble her later. So, Ali...
You're not selling this to me,
So, Ali has kindly agreed to take on the role of Public Relations Officer for the Council, subject to executive approval as soon as. And I'm sure you will give her all of your support going forward. I'm just going to give her the rule book and run away.
No, you're not.
So, any questions?
Me again, Mr. President, Wilkinson, Cumberland News. Congratulations, Vicky, on you and your team and all the hard work you've done. We watched it from the sidelines. It's been absolutely brilliant. I think I'm in a position to offer you congratulations because I think I'm the only member of the team here that did all the work running up to the millennium. Most of them have decided to handling their portfolios very sensibly. But what you've done has been absolutely brilliant. Can I ask one serious question? This is going back a bit. I lived on the south coast near Portsmouth, and when it became obvious that quite a lot of the details of London Bridge were known to quite a number of people, there was general horror from the Navy people that we knew, because it was all meant to be very, very hush-hush. Can you comment on that, please?
I can, in as much as the conversations I had with both Buckingham Palace and Lambeth Palace were quite clear. There was no, we did not disclose any of the strategic information because I wasn't party to it. The only thing we disclosed is what ringers would be doing. That proved that was no strategic involvement in anything. It's just what is required of ringers on the day. Well, whenever it happens, however it happens, this is what we do.
Any other questions for Vicky? Thank you very much. Well done, Vicky. Safeguarding, we can take further questions, and Clyde I'm sure would take any further questions. We may have done this one to death already. Are there any other questions based on the senior's report? In that case, we'll move on to Stewardship and Management Work Group and Alison Hodge. We'll just try and move these along as quickly as we can.
Can you flip on the slides, please? Right, just as a quick update since May, I'll hide behind this thing if you wish me to. We've actually added continuously to the documents that we produced. You'll remember that I announced the launch of Belfry Upkeep this time last year. We've added to that during the year. I hope everybody has seen these, is using them and telling their members. It's quite frightening visiting towers and talking to people even yesterday and today, the numbers of people who have not still heard of these documents. So please do note the QR codes that are in your reports and spread the information around your societies and guilds. We are producing some publicity that will be available for posters to be put in towers and replace all those obsolete, out-of-date and old books, pamphlets and leaflets that lurk about and tell you what to do in 1066. I'll move on to what we're doing ahead because I'm not going to repeat my report or anything. Only from this last slide, please, we're going to review the Westley Award. Even since these slides were written, tragically, we had no applications for our Westley Award for Belfry Maintenance this year whatsoever, having expanded the criteria. That may be that messages did not get out to Guild and Society members to make the applications. It may reflect slightly on COVID, that people were not embarking on Belfry maintenance during the COVID period, although in fact we did have some excellent applications resulting from COVID, where bubbled teams went and spent their time in towers maintaining and doing work there. So we are perplexed and upset. More worryingly, for the future, does this imply that there are not up-and-coming people willing to maintain our bells? Is whatever we do to recruit people, if the environments in the towers are not welcoming, safe, nice to ring, then we're not going to keep future ringers. So that is something that we're going to be looking at quite seriously. There's other things up there which I won't go on and talk about other than work group succession. Depending on how you vote in the next few minutes or so, you may not have another work group leader. That's up to you as to how you decide to vote. Even if I am elected or not elected to the trustee position that is open and vacant, I actually stand down and have to, at the very latest, in September 24, and because I was working as the designate work group lead for 9 months before formally in post, I have already told the exec that's about to leave the council that I wish to stand down much sooner than that. I'm the last man standing virtually from the original work group leads set up when the council was reformed in 2018. So I think I've done my time. So we do need some more volunteers in the work group, and quite honestly, the plans for the future will depend on the work group membership, and particularly the work group leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Alison? In the front and in the middle.
Thank you. Mary Bowen, Essex Association. First, I'd like to thank Alison for the amount of work that her group does, and that we know that she's done a large amount of that herself. So could we all say thank you? And more seriously, could I note that actually last year, in 2022, that publication sold 131 copies of the Manual of Belfry Maintenance. I notice Alison says that there are some difficulties about producing the new online publications in printed format, but obviously there's still a desire for print. So could I just urge the group to look at that again?
Yeah.
Would you like me to comment back, Mr. President?
If you like.
We haven't ignored that, Mary, and thank you for raising it and giving me the opportunity to make some comments. We are looking at ways that online documents can be viewed. It could be in Kindle format or formats like that. It's already available for people to print down sections that they wish. We are already, and Tina, wherever she is, has been helping us in the background consider things like print on demand. We're certainly not aiming really to have stocks stacked in rooms, gathering dust, getting out of date. We recognise that MBM, the Manual of Belfry Maintenance, has sold fairly large numbers and contributes to the margins that the group does make and offer back to the council in form of finances. But selling documents that are already out of date and not actually comprehensive is something that we don't wish to perpetuate. So we are looking at modern forms of publications, and that will be ongoing work for the group.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, there was one.
Tim Jones, Devon Association. I shouldn't get too depressed about the Wesley Award. I think most of us are modest and just get on with it, to be honest, without wanting awards for it.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly respond to that? Younger people do like and actually need certificates and recognition for the sorts of things that they're getting involved in their lives, and they are particularly important if they're applying, for example, for college and university applications, to show that they've got a portfolio of such like that recognises and reflects what they've been doing. So yes, greyheads who are not accustomed to that sort of thing perhaps only wanted their O-levels, A-levels or whatever they'd got, but nowadays younger people do actually like that sort of thing, and we've been thanked for generating it by some of the younger people who've won those awards and got certificates back. Thank you.
Thank you. There was another question.
John Harrison, Oxford Diocesan Guild. On the same point, I was going to say, my recollection is that the Wesley Award is basically for people who are new to the role. I suspect the majority don't come in new doing big things. They gradually get in doing a little bit. By the time they're doing anything worth considering for an award, they've been doing it for quite a long time.
We did not expect people to be coming forward with big things, and I'm not going to dwell on details too much, but perhaps we were voiced by our own petard in the fact that the first couple of years or so, the winners actually were outstanding and had achieved an incredible amount in their first year or two. Up to 5 years was the stipulated time, and perhaps that overawed other people from applying, but that's something that we will consider in the review, John. It's a fair point.
Yes, one final question.
Philip Green, Lincolnshire Diocesan Guild of Bellringers. I have a declare an interest in the printed matter. I prove the Central Council, ART, and have a printing company in general. Manual of Belfry Maintenance isn't massively out of date. It doesn't gather dust in belfries and people's homes. It is widely used, We get many thank yous from people who have used it and are able to have it in their tower, and indeed take it under the bell frame when they're looking at bells so they can refer to the pages, making the printed item extremely valuable. Books have a place in this world. This meeting last year said it wanted the continuation of the printed work that the Publications Committee produced and is of use to this committee. If you're talking about dusty old books getting gathered up, then perhaps the biggest and the dustiest old book that gathered up is the one that we all respect in this Ringing Society, and that's the Holy Bible, written thousands of years ago, not out of date, not out of print, and gives the value of the printed work. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's move on. I'll just say that there's a few eyelids are sagging. We'll take our tea break at the end of these reports and before the forward plan, which will probably be 10 minutes. We've got technical and then
Close the report.
no, we'll just take it all then. So technical and taxonomy and Tina, please. We have VNL and the youth groups, and then we'll take a tea break.
Tina Stefflin, Scottish Association, and in my role as the work group lead of the Technical and Taxonomy Group, which I inherited from Claire and John. Very big shoes to fill for that role as well. On the update between May and August, you've read the report, so I'm not going to go over that. Over the summer, in terms of created what I call a draft runbook for our council digital assets. This is a follow-on from the Securing the Future initiative that Graham started a couple of years ago, which was just really making sure that we were future-proof and had succession plans in place, and that we understand what we have. And in fact, what I discovered was that actually we weren't keeping our own house very clean, so it wasn't very good telling other people what to do. So this is the first steps to getting that done. So that draft runbook has been passed by the rest of the work group for their comments and feedback. Right, the improvements to the membership information on the council website, that's an initiative by Ed Sterling, who's done some really thoughtful work about how to present our membership options and the benefits of joining, really with an idea for smaller societies and stuff, but actually the work he's doing is applicable to all of us, and so I'm hoping as we move forward we can give that a much wider focus. So that's been quite a good initiative, and I think it should be live. If it isn't now, it will be in a couple of days. And again, if I just pick up on this, I didn't speak to Alison's discussion on publications before because I knew it was coming up in my report. Over the summer, we've been investigating online to print options, and Philip Green and I have been working together to practice pulling stuff off of the repository where the online publications are and how easy that is to convert into something in a publishable form that looks decent, and including better PDFs that can be viewed online and single chapters being printed off. The idea, certainly with the online PDFs, assuming I can get the Git actions to work, is that as soon as an update to Belfry Upkeep, or one of the other two very excellent publications, is published online, it automatically generates a new set of PDFs. So the downloadable PDF option will always be as up to date as what the online option is. Obviously, the print options are going to lag a little bit behind, and we just have to make that messaging very clear. But that's being investigated and is underway. And also, what we've done is a market scan of association websites. Again, before we start leaping into doing stuff, because we think it's cool to do stuff, let's find out what it is we actually need. That's one of part of some larger research that has been feeding into Ringing 2030, and also sort of project plans that we might want to develop over the next few years from a digital point of view. And that was actually sketchy. It wasn't an in-depth investigation of all the association websites, but there was quite thorough, just sort of check-in, some basic instruction, how the websites were built, how well they were maintained, whether they had cookie policies, did they all have GDPR policies, did you list all your officers, all that kind of thing. We'd be glad to know there are some very, very nice examples out there, which probably deserve a wider audience. So that'll feed into the forward plan, actually, so I'm not going to go on to that too much. We go to the next slide. Right, so our immediate future plans, that one at the top is the major blocker to everything. This has to happen soon, and it has to happen before really we do much else. What happens is, at the moment, with our Microsoft subscription, we had a certain amount of free web hosting on what would be an otherwise unaffordable service. We were very, very close to outgrowing the free element of that slightly more expensive service. And now Microsoft has gotten a bit stingier about it. We've definitely outgrown it. And Doug Davis has been doing a lot of work digging into alternatives that will give us the service that we require at the best price he can find. But this is going to increase the cost to the council for the hosting by some considerable amount. That's not that's really the main Central Council website. The key sites for that are the Central Council website and the Felsted database, the online publications, the methods framework, libraries, Doves, and various other pieces of software like that are all actually hosted somewhere else. So we have well-distributed hosting, so this doesn't threaten all of our services, but we do need to move it, and if we're going to achieve some of our plans for building more digital services in the future, we need a hosting solution that can grow with us without absolutely bankrupting us. So that's a really big step. You all need to know it's going to happen. I've got recruiting and onboarding project teams for the Ringing 2030 digital objectives. Again, that's mostly going on in the forward plan, but I've taken advantage of the fact that I had some people in mind for recruiting onto some projects, and I have started to recruit a project team. Our first targets are sort of a better solution for association websites so we can have more consistent information, and again, that's more part of the forward plan. And also supporting the Young Ringers in their project to have a more integrated Young Ringer to uni to onwards sort of web path, which I've been working with Tristan about, and we're trying to put together a team, and they're really leading on that. We're just supporting them, so it's really going to be in their gift to create the kind of product that they want and that they need. I'm not dictating that. Again, we're going to move on to populating the runbook, and that's a longish project. We're going to get the best start we can. And then also a continuation of the method extension review, including apparently some person named Natasha has given us some complicated things about rotations that we've had to think about rather suddenly. So that is pretty well me. Oh yes, also not on this slide because it missed the deadline. We've also been looking at our analytics solutions. The Central Council website uses Google Analytics, but we don't use it. It's really quite heavyweight for what we do. It's quite privacy invasive. We've done some investigation on things that are friendlier, don't require cookies, don't really collect personal information, and we found quite a nice solution. So once the website server has been transferred, we can put in a better, more privacy compliant solution, and that's a solution we can share with other association webmasters. Any questions?
The left.
Neil Dodge, Suffolk. Could you clarify what a run book is?
Oh yeah, sorry, it's actually not even the right word. Literally, it's a set of documents that describe a digital project. So in this case, it's really saying, what software is it running on? Where do we host it? Where's the repository? And are there any special things that need to be done on a regular basis to keep it going? So runbook's not really quite the right technical word. If you're a software engineer, you'd be like, oh, that's not a runbook, but yeah.
Does everyone know what onboarding a project team means?
That means recruiting, yes. I am very much looking for some association webmasters to volunteer their experiences and their experience in developing some of our forward projects. Best to have people that are already doing the job, but also in terms of recruiting for these digital projects, If you have adjacent experience or want to gain experience or want to add to your portfolio, this is also a good opportunity. I think I would work very hard to make sure that we had sort of a mentoring and CPD environment around that. And what we'll have at the end of this is a nice thing that people can add to their portfolio to do that. So if you feel like, oh, I'd really like to get involved, but I'm not techie enough, or something like that, that's the wrong attitude. The right attitude is, I'd really like to get involved, come and talk to me, and I'll find you a role. And we also need some designers and some writers to really make this shine. Okay?
Thank you, Tina. One final question.
Graham Jenkins, Chester Diocesan Guild. You talk about association websites, and you talked about looking at individual associations' guild websites. What is your ambition here? Is this to try and drive harmonisation across associations or independent website development?
So what I don't want to do is run straight to a solution. So we're still at the point where we want to decide what the best option is. What we have found is that what websites offer is very variable, and also there's not always a lot of continuity in between. So for example, only about half of association websites actually had a section on learning to ring or new ringers or something. Half is great, but the other half that didn't, could we do something where the information is very standard? Can we do something to make it a bit more standard? Maybe that is actually just getting webmasters together and doing some more training, but maybe it is actually offering some templates to help associations and just take some of that load off. Association participation in something like this is entirely voluntary. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your websites. You want to keep them for yourselves, by all means, keep them for yourselves. But on the other hand, I'm also aware that with many associations, actually recruiting webmasters is tough. And some associations don't really have people with the right skills who are willing to volunteer to take it on. Quite a lot of associations have websites that they do need to update to more modern software platforms, but probably just don't really have anybody with the time to take that on. So again, this isn't an immediate project, but it's a collaborative project to try and see if we can make this a little bit more consistent, make your lives a bit easier, so we can focus on training people and doing ring-in and the things we'd much rather be doing. Does that help? So if you want to get involved, come talk to me.
Okay. Thank you, Tina. We move on. So Paul Watton of VNL, bearing in mind you and Ian Wilson are all that stands between these good people and the table.
I had noticed that. Yes. Right, okay. You can read my report and I'll take questions on that later, so let's move and we'll do what we've been doing. So the first thing we've been working on is the ringing survey, of which you'll hear more later, and you'll hear some of the preliminary results from the pilot survey we've been doing this month, which Simon will include in his Ringing 2030 brief. It's more relevant to that, but I'm just trailing that, getting all terribly excited about the fact that we're going to get some survey results. We split it into two parts, one for most ringers and one for tower captains. That's where we progress that. We did some initial questioning with friends on the way it's been developed, just briefly, and in the report as well. We did a lot of work on developing the questions because it's quite important to get this right. We asked our friends to trial the process, make sure they can actually understand the flow of the survey and it's working practically. We've done 3 pilot surveys, and then eventually we'll get to the point where we can roll it out. So we're taking our time to get it right without being too dragging our feet too much. We are also then maintaining the momentum on educational posters, some of which you would have seen today if you visited our table. Promoting decent striking is something we're trying to work towards. This is not promoting excellent striking, this is just actually trying to get something that comes out of most towels, most Sunday mornings, which does not annoy the neighbours too much. I mean, that's a sort of standard we're talking about. And getting younger and newer ringers to appreciate the pleasure of ringing really fairly well. We're working further on the Timber Council sponsored courses, including the South West course, which we're now getting a bit of traction on and forming a team to start with that. And they are liaising closely with the North West course, so sort of learning from experience is being transferred there. And finally, I am looking at developing a leadership course. Some of you may know that leadership is one of those issues that gets frequently mentioned at meetings. It's also mentioned in the CCCbr report as being an area of some concern. There is a poster that I put on the table. You may have seen it, but basically it's split into two parts. One of which is generic leadership skills. That obviously does lead also into portfolio development for younger people. And then the more specific stuff, which I'm hoping that stewardship and management will do. So it will hopefully be a joint effort between V&L, which will do the leadership aspects of that, and S&M will do the town management. So effectively it's leadership and management of rigging, actually making it at tower level. Right, so plans. Well, I think we've almost covered that one. That's actually getting the rigging survey out there, developing and piloting that leadership course. Once again, a process of trialling it rather than going straight to bang. The governance management team is being formed. I need to do more work with our developing training material and including guidance on striking, and then focusing on retention and also returning ringers. I think most of us are aware that it's probably a lot easier and more productive if we can find the lapsed ringers and get them back rather than trying to train new ringers. So it's always going to be about retention, retaining, training, those sort of aspects, as well as recruiting. Point I quite often make in meetings is that, and I think probably Ring for the King probably emphasises this point as well, that actually not too difficult to recruit people, get people through the door. If we haven't got the right training environment for them, we're basically inviting a fairly valid criticism. We're getting people in, but we can't train them, we can't develop them, so what are we doing that for? We're wasting their time. Right, any questions?
Mr. Thompson, excuse me, Peter again. You mentioned the Southwest course there. I recently went on the Northwest course, and there were a shortage of helpers. I can't help feeling that was because the Bradfield course is the week after. And we're really making that rather difficult for helpers to do both courses. When you're doing the Southwest course, I hope you'll avoid both the Hereford and Essex courses, which already clash with each other, usually most years, and you don't have choose the same weekend, because otherwise there'll be very, very short of helpers indeed, I suggest.
Noted.
Back left.
Simon Dixon, also Peterborough. We discussed earlier, Paul, about leadership at a level above tower, but below central council branches and guilds, because I think that's an area where some material would also be useful.
I think the generic aspects of any leadership course would address that. I'm not sure that there are specific technical issues which relate to running guilds and associations which are more than generic leadership. If you think there are, we can discuss that certainly. Branch level as well, yes, but once again I think those are, generic leadership skills in how to lead people and gain them. But if you think there are specific things which are to do with how to run a branch, then we can discuss that later and come and see me again.
John Harrison, Oxford Guild. It's a while since I looked at it, but it might be worth looking at the content of a Central Council publication called Getting It Right, which we published, I think, in the 90s. No, it was after that, because it's while I was chairman, about running societies and guilds. It covered quite a lot. I can't from memory remember everything, so I suspect there might be something there that's of use.
There is, I've read it, got a copy, so I'm aware of that document. Thank you, John.
Elaine Scott, Yorkshire Association. Is there any thought of doing a course for helpers to actually encourage people, tell them what a helper involves? Because a lot of people think, oh, I'm not good enough to help, or I don't know what to help, or how you help.
Yes, in fact, we do have a document which I've seen. I got it, someone it might have been yourself, on encouraging helpers. So we do have a document which we can use to say why it is worthwhile helping and the value that helpers get out of that experience, as well as just being a giving. I mean, hopefully helpers find it a rewarding activity. I mean, in general, as you will see from one of my things on the posters, we do need to get more people in volunteering, doing more work at grassroots, and not feeling it's left to an elite. I feel personally that one of the barriers to volunteering is the feeling if you do volunteer, as most people in this room have, that once you're in the job you can't get out of it again. We're not getting enough new blood through, so we need to slightly change the culture, which says that when you volunteer, you're not going to be there for life. And get more ringers doing more volunteering, doing smaller jobs, which is part of something I've come to realise over the last year in this job. I'm quite keen to promote that message. More ringers doing less work and for relatively fixed periods of time.
Okay, if there's nothing final, thank you all. Thank you. We move finally on to schools and youth groups. Ian, I think you want to cover both? Yeah. So, Colin, you please.
So, Ian Ralston, Cumberland Youths and Workgroup Lead for University and Colleges. If we have the slide. There we go, thanks. Okay, so just to recap in context, 12 months ago at the roadshow at Nottingham Trent University, I got pulled into a seminar room by Matt Jerome and Tristan Lockhart, who'd been doing some brainstorming on the whiteboard, of course, about what is needed to try to bring together the various groups who contribute to, who embody ringing activity at universities and colleges. So they've got university associations down there, they've got the regional associations, the northern universities, the southern universities associations, but also groups like the Young Change Ringers Association, obviously from whom you expect to get people moving on to university, the Association of Ringing Teachers, and the Central Council. So a lot of people, a lot of groups are involved in contributing to and supporting ringing at university and college level. And of course we know that that period in somebody's developing ringing career could be a time when they are lost to ringing if they don't see a future for ringing at university. So this brainstorming session led to the idea of the creation of this hub. Basically, it will be a website which will link these various groups together. And importantly, this is meant to be the update between May and August, and importantly, Tristan and I had a meeting with Tina to brief her on the ideas, and obviously from Tina's presentation, she's taken that all on board, because what we really wanted to discuss is how such a website would be hosted. Very much the website should be owned by that ringing community, as Tina has said, but there's a very clear role for the Central Council here, because obviously the university and college ringing landscape, shall we say, is transient in the sense that people are there for a few years and move on. If this initiative is going to be sustainable, then I think that's a very important role for the Central Council. So taking a back seat, letting the students own the content, but making sure this resource goes forward. So I've described it in my report. One of the things that I didn't mention in my report, which I think is important in the context of having such a site, is that even getting something such as a platform during Freshers' Week for, say, a ringing society can be a problem. A lot of student unions will impose a minimum number of, say, 50 interested students or 50 active members, which usually far exceeds the typical population of a university ringing society. So having a website where you can challenge the union and say, well, this is what we want to be part of, can only be a good thing. So moving on, next slide please. There is another slide.
Sorry.
Okay, so my main message here is that our ambition now is to get something up and running by summer 2024. Up until now, I've not really had a sort of clarion call for people to, shall we say, join the university and colleges work group, until I've had a pretty clear idea of just what it is we want to put our effort behind. And I think this idea, coming from the university and ringing community, which I think is a very important thing, is something we should really get behind and support. So the main message now is, if you would like to contribute to this in whatever way, please do get in touch with me, or with Tristan, or with Matt. I'd just like to finish by just reiterating that this idea has come very much from Tristan and Matt. We've had some very useful and supporting advice from Colin Newman, who unfortunately can't be here today. But I think this is the way forward. It's a very important initiative, and if you'd like to contribute, please get in touch with me. Before I sign off, and we all go to tea, Tristan, is there anything you would like to add? No. Okay, thank you.
Any questions? No one dares ask a question. In that case, I'd like to thank you first of all, and then propose that we adopt the executive work group reports. Tristan seconded. All those in favour? Any against? I declare tea time. Can we, I will start the forward plan at 1:15, whether you're back or not. that first impression when you go up the tower has got to be a lot better than it is in an awful lot of places. Yeah, we all know, yeah. And the final one there, I've said to organise a ringing finance conference. I think there'll be a lot of merit in, and this is not easy to, difficult to do, getting all treasurers' associations together for a day and just talk about some of the common issues we've got in the fact that lots of associations have got lots of money, not knowing what to do with it, the fact that our BRFs are full of money and not any projects, and just things that maybe could be done centrally to save people money. I think there is scope for getting treasurers together, so that's what that's about. We will do that, and other things will get delayed. So the next slide, okay, that will be used by the team going forward, and there's a little bit of delay in the beginning of those projects because Tina has built in some time to go through this realignment of where we are with work groups now and make sure, and ideally you may say it's one per pillar, but that needs a little bit of work. And then recruiting, onboarding, sorry, the word is recruitment, I should say onboarding teams, onboarding the project teams, which you all understand now. Now the ringing survey, when we got Charles Hobson, who was a strategy consultant ringer, who offered to help us in strategy development, he said you need to make sure that you can measure stuff. And so the idea of having a ringing survey was something, I mean, these things have been done before and been talked about over the last few years, but I think actually now is the time to make sure we have a good survey, and a survey that can be used not just for us, but for associations and branches, and it will help everybody. But also, it will enable us to have a starting point against which we can measure between now and 7 years' time. So just if you could briefly, Tristan, just introduce what we've done so far and what is planned.
Right. So a team of 3 of us have been working on a survey based on a ring form discussion. There's 3 of us, that's me, Albert Ainsworth, and Jason Carter. So we have surveyed in 3 areas so far, after a great deal of work going through all the different questions we could ask, going through the questions everyone wanted asked, and what we wanted to get out of it, which was ultimately information for associations on how to manage their areas locally, how to provide more opportunities, feed into Central Council strategic planning, give ringers an opportunity to be heard, and identify medium and long-term trends through repeated surveys, i.e. asking the same questions again in 5 to 10 years' time. So this is where we are. We are analysing the results and evaluating the feedback on our trial surveys, and so we'll then be rolling it out further. So that's our little team. Now Jason's probably the most important person in the team because he's a district master down in Swindon, and so he understands how districts work, and so he's been keeping us in line. We've so far got results from Middlesex, the St David's Guild in West Wales, and the Swindon branch. So generally all right numbers all in all, so good response rate. They've got very different characteristics, rural, urban, and a provincial county with a mixture of rural and urban. Very different cultures involved as well. So these are some of the early results. Nothing particularly surprising with the age range. I think we all know that over 51s do dominate a bit. But a significant proportion have learnt under the age of 21. And now obviously we know that a lot of new entrants aren't doing that, so in a few years' time we expect that to change. A lot of people still ring for Sundays, and mutual support has been very important, with 63% of people ringing at towers which aren't their home tower. And as you'll be able to see on the next slide, the younger you started, the more likely you are to be ringing advanced methods. Now by advanced methods we're not talking any of the super duper stuff that Simon and Co will be ringing, we're talking fairly standard methods. So yeah, as you can see, the older you get, the less likely you are to be ringing advanced methods. And so this is one of the big statistics. 47% can ring advanced methods, but only 24% have the opportunity to ring them once a month or more. And young people dominate the very active peal ringers. And then there are the 4 factors which are the most important aspects of ringing to people. And these are the points that we need to be emphasising when we're offering people opportunities within our bands and our districts. Most bands will cover some of those points, but it's important that we tick off all 4. And despite the reservations some people have, a lot of people actually want to be progressing their ringing. So time and lack of local opportunities are the barriers. Direct membership organisation. Now I'm going to say right now that this was not the main purpose of the survey. This was just a little side question, just gauging a little bit of interest. We're going to come back to it at a later stage while the executive is anyway, and they'll do a full consultation then. But there is some interest, enough to warrant further investigation, and so I'm sure that'll get talked about later at some point. Quite a low recommendation score, only 57% would promote ringing as an activity to a friend, so we're going to look into that a bit more. From the tower captains, 29% of the tower surveyed never practice. We expect that number to change when we survey more areas because different areas have different issues. Some areas are very keen on ringing at every tower possible through group arrangements. Others like to focus their attention on larger clusters within a single tower. There's quite a few towers which don't ring on Sundays, but those are mainly due to no band or due to structural issues. It's not due to reduced numbers, so people still are getting out on Sundays. Yes, so you can see that generally most bands still require more ringers. There's a fairly substantial chunk which are definitely in need of more ringers, and very few people say they're thriving, but we're not too far off. So we can also see that there's also a lack of engagement with the church authorities in regards to ringing. It's a bit of a two-way street. I know some towers are anti-church involvement, others are very connected, and it's the church which is the barrier. 28% of towers say they get no support from anyone else. A sort of isolationist view. That might be due to necessity or might be down to personal preference. But the data we've collected so far suggests that the towers which are thriving get a lot of mutual support. There is not very much confidence about the future of ringing in towers from many tower captains, and I think going forward we will need to look at how we want to motivate tower captains, because a happy tower captain is more likely to be able to dedicate more and spread a good atmosphere within their tower. And the biggest threats are just a shortage of ringers, leaders and learners, so it's a people issue. So the key themes here are mutual support. There are many existing mutual support arrangements, many of which are used to great effect, and it's important that we maintain those because that's where we're seeing success. And where those don't exist, we need to give serious consideration to facilitating that development organically at a local level. We need to provide opportunities. In the free-form fields, a lot of people are saying they just can't get the opportunities to ring even fairly basic methods. So we need to be providing these opportunities. I'm not the man to give you answers on that, but that's something for the experts here to think about. Time constraints. Lots of people saying that they were actually really pleased that their association offered, say, Saturday morning practices or Sunday afternoon practices or whatever to work around their life schedules. We are reliant on a demographic which is not going to be working the 9 to 5. They're going to have family commitments, caring commitments, whatever, so they're not going to be able to necessarily make the traditional practice time. So that's another good demographic to tap into. And finally, being an active ringer, it's not just about turning up and ringing. There's various things you can do: lead, teach, mentor, support, maintain, organise. But it is clear that a lot of the problems that are being reported in the tower surveys are down to people, not enough people stepping forward for this sort of thing. This is still a very early stage of the analysis of the results. got them early this week. I got back from the pub last night at like midnight and was typing up this PowerPoint, so apologies if some of it doesn't make sense. But yeah, that's where we are. So this is what we're doing next. We're hoping to revisit what the places we've already surveyed in 5 to 10 years' time, to see what they do, and work with the district officers there to see how we can support their local activities and see how they themselves can develop their own strategies. And so that's going to be feeding into a lot of what the Central Council is going to be doing in the future. Now, obviously these results are only for 3 districts out of, plurality across the country, across the world, and so we do expect these statistics to change as we roll out further. And I'll be happy to enter into correspondence, survey at cccbr.org.uk if you have any questions.
So if you're interested in your district branch association being in the next stage of this, then talk to Tristan.
Yes.
It's intended to be useful. Thank you, Tristan. Just finally, moving on, just a few things to sort of business as usual before I finish. I'll pick 4 things. We've talked about the ringing case studies already. We're producing a series again for publication in the ringing world and then more widely of different scenarios in towers and explaining with the help of ecclesiastical what the actual insurance implications are, so people know exactly, just to demystify ringing insurance in the context of what's called the accidental band, coming across things that slightly go wrong and what actually means in practice. So that's going to, they're being written now and they'll come through the ringing world. We also, Alison mentioned, we're going to produce some guidance on churches and bells at risk, to explain the process of church closure and how bells can be treated for the early warnings of that for everybody. And the National Call Change Competition, which happened last year, will happen again, hopefully in Bristol, similar time of year. And that may continue to be a council thing, it may become a personal thing. I'm going to continue doing that anyway. So that's the forward plan. We've run through it, probably not quick enough. But happy to take questions or talk later. Yes, questions.
Anthony Longwood, Salisbury. You mentioned getting together Guild Association treasurers, but not all Guild Association treasurers are also treasurers on their BRS, and you may need to pull both together at the same time.
Yes, correct. That was the intention. I'm shortcutting that. Yes, good point.
Nick Elks, Peterborough Guild. I remain concerned about the amount of value, monetary value of the council, still being nearly £500,000. I appreciate it's divided amongst different funds and a large proportion of that is in the library, but basically what I'm saying is we should not be afraid to spend money, obviously without being reckless, but we should not be afraid to spend money on doing things which will advance ringing.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, one of my regrets will be that the reserves are the same as they were when I started ringing. As someone who has a reputation for spending money, I've not done very well. Any other questions? From the front there.
Mary Burness Association. I just wanted to ask whether all the slides will be available on the website shortly.
Yes.
Thank you.
And one more.
Hello, Dick and Love, Dove Stewart. Very much applauded the survey. I took part in it as a Middlesex captain. Every 5 to 10 years, I suggest get a survey sorted and make it an annual one, and get yourself a net promoter score, if you like, for ringing, so you can see what that score is from year to year. I think if you're going to use a survey, and well done with it, and if it's easy to do online, you'll get benefit out of an annual survey. Net promoter score. It's for part of Tina's lectionary of...
Very quickly, I think Tristan's just going to reply.
Yeah, that's not really realistic, unfortunately, because the district officers have been run ragged trying to get everyone to reply. And because we've been aiming for 100% completion, and that involves pestering people a lot. And there's also a very small central council resource which is needed to support the district officers when they do this. And there's a lot of districts So on a rolling basis, we will only be able to get round to people for every 5 to 10 years.
We'll see what we can do. Yeah. Any other questions otherwise?
The comment of having a small council resource to do repeated routine work is exactly the sort of thing that Craig's recommendation that the council should employ paid staff would suit perfectly.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, any other questions? Okay. Do we move the adopt the forward plan? Why not? All those to adopt all those? I propose we adopt the forward plan. All those in favour? Any against? Thank you very much. Can we have the financial update and general fund of 24?
Currently we've got 2 small societies.
Microphone's not on.
Is that better? Yes, it is. Yeah. Right, so currently there are 2 small societies, fees of which will be reduced to £10 per annum, in line, to bring them more in line with the affiliation fees. We've paid £8,613 to Yellow Yo-Yo over the last 2 years, and as Simon says, there's more to come on that spending. 4,370 has been spent on the production of the films that Vicky mentioned, and this has come from the Ringing Remembers grant. So that leaves a balance there of 11,200. The Mobile Belfry, we're holding 8,000 in donations, and I received an email last week asking for some next tranche of funds. So that will be taken to the exec meeting in the end of this month. £9,900 has been paid to ART for admin support for the inquiries for Ring for a King. Unfortunately, Amazon Smile has discontinued their charity donations, and 31.8 safeguarding support is now available to affiliated societies, and access to that, I believe, is on our website. And as Tina was saying, Microsoft hasn't charged us for around about the first £2,600 of hosting costs. They've given us that free as a charity for a number of years now. And the cost to move to a new provider is approximately £660, which will be a saving under the new Microsoft arrangements. And that's been approved by the executive last month. Moving on to 2024, there's an outline of the budget on page 17. Various projects were included in the 22 and 23 budget are not expected to complete until next year at the earliest. So there will be revised budgets, and we will have a potential budget which will be overdrawn once again. There is going to be necessary some spending of reserves for the benefit of the exercise as a whole, and these have either started or will be underway shortly. And these include Ringing 2030, move of the library, purchase of a new Roll of Honours book, various reprints which the publications are doing, including Dove 11 and Manual of Belfry Maintenance, the seeding for the Southwest course, the National Ringing Centre, and we'll be putting together the budget as normal in the autumn. And to deal with the point on reserves, there's approximately 1,199,889, so nearly £200,000 of cash reserves. Take out 75,000 as our reserves policy, so that leaves around about £125,000 available. And obviously, my major concern is the money is well spent. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions for Fergus? No? Okay, thank you, Fergus. We move on to the elections of trustees. Perhaps as the election of the ordinary trustees requires a ballot, perhaps we could do that first. Have we got those in progress? Okay. If you could start thinking about those while we do the others. The other two trustees are our president. The nominee is Tina Stacklin, proposed by Linda Garton, seconded by Dorothy Hall. To propose with a second, do you wish to add anything to what we've said in the meeting papers?
Linda Garton, no, just really nothing to add.
Nothing to
but
add.
I think that Tina will make an excellent.
Nothing to add. Okay, well, there are no other candidates. I declare you elected. And you don't have to take over yet. As Deputy President, the nominee is Vicky Chapman, was proposed by David Smith and seconded by Mary Bone. To propose and second, do you want to add anything to what's been said so far? No? No, nothing to add. In that case, as there's no other candidates, I declare Vicky elected. The collection of the if the process of collecting ballots could start, and we'll move on and
if you can pass your ballots to the end of the row, just to make it easy to collect.
and then we'll count them in the background and come back to you.
Are we going to use the bottom half?
What's on the bottom half? No, we've got two. No, we don't need to use it, do we? We've got two independent examiners. We've got nominations for two independent examiners. Duncan Walker, who is the incumbent, and Tim Payne has agreed to stand as a second one. We don't have to have two, but it would be good to have two. Any other nominations for independent examiner? I thought that would possibly be unlikely. In that case, do we just? Oh, we need a proposer and a seconder for Tim. We need proposers and seconders. Are these proposals? Ernie, can you look to see who's proposing and seconding? No. James Corley, Charlotte Boyce. Sorry, can we just clarify that again? Can we have Duncan Walker, proposer for Duncan Walker? Okay. Seconder for Duncan Walker. Yeah. Proposer for Tim Payne. Seconder for Tim Payne. Charlotte Boyce. All those in favour? Any against? I declare them elected. We move on to the motions. The first motion is from Jim Banner, Guild of Railway Ringers, seconded by Ernie Denis Runciman. Is Jim Banner? Yes, would you not? Either go to the lectern or be given a microphone.
This is just really to formalise what Fergus has already alluded to propose that the annual subscription for each registered small society should be at £10, reduced from the current £20, and it's as per the meeting papers.
And that's seconded by Ernie. Are there any comments?
So, I'm Tristan Lockhart, Leeds University Union. Given that £10 is the price of a Wetherspoons pizza, might we be setting the bar slightly too low, given that these societies have a number of members? So, even if it's £20, it'd still be a fairly inconsequential amount per member. And you know, there is such an argument for saying that £10 is hardly worth collecting in the grand scheme of things, given the admin that has to go into organising small societies and the payments.
Come back to the proposal.
Yeah, can I come back to that? This was raised as a result of the change in affiliation fees last year. Like the collar that was dispensed with at the bottom end of the scale meant that affiliated societies with less than 100 members were actually paying less than the fixed fee for a small society, which hardly seemed fair, and the Guild of Railway Rings made a representation to the council executive to that effect.
Are you satisfied, Tristan, or do you want to? Yes. Are there any other comments? Otherwise, I'll put that to the vote. In that case, is a show of hands, simple majority. All those in favour of this motion? Any against the motion? Any abstentions? One against, 2 abstentions. We'll move on to motion B. And I'll just get ready for motion B. David.
David Capaldi, Sussex County Association. The motion is as on the paper. There's one slight change that, if accepted, it will bring down not 50% but 60% of the CRAG total representative members. I'm not going to say many words other than in 2017 the CRAG proposals were accepted by the annual meeting. Last year, one comment was made at our annual meeting that the CRAG proposals seem to have been conveniently forgotten. That's not true, and you're being asked to vote on reducing the size of the council today, which is one of the CRAG proposals. And this isn't some sort of vanity project that's been dreamt up by the current executive, but an attempt to continue the reform process started with under the CRAG proposal.
I'm going to say a few things before opening up to the floor. It's lots of discussions over the last day or so and previous weeks. It can be very difficult to achieve your desired outcome today with the sort of strict process of we've got so many options. It's actually quite difficult to do it as motions and amendments and get things in the right order. There are quite a few people here, new reps. And some of the younger reps who are new to this, do not know the history, don't know what the pros and cons of reducing the size of the council are, and want to hear before forming their view. So while there are some people who want to kick this into touch and move on, I think it's worth at least half an hour of our time talking about. It's a major piece of business. Essentially, there are 4 options we can consider. There's retaining the status quo, which will happen if anything gets just voted down. And remember, this is a 2/3 majority issue because it's a change of rule. There is the other end of the scale, which is moving to 1 rep per association, and there is an amendment lined up to consider that. And there are two in the middle, which have been discussed, one of which is on the board, which is to reduce the size of the council with this 200-400 collar. Now, in considering this, I may, and I'm going to start with one, just have some non-binding indicative votes, just to get a feel for how the room is going. And in fact, I want to do one now, which is just to ask, out of interest, how many people here cannot form a view without hearing some of the arguments behind this? So it is quite a few, and that's why I think it is worth doing. I think if this is kicked into touch straight away, I think that shows a little bit of disrespect to the consultation process that has happened. Lots of members do want to reduce the size of the council, and it's a debate worth having. There are also. I'll stop there. I'll open up. There are a lot of people need to want to have a say. Some I know about, and I'll call on them, and some I don't. But would like to hear from as many people as possible who would like to speak. So, we've got David Smith at the back.
David Smith and Zeb. First of all, I'd like to say I'm very glad the motion is being presented to us. It is indeed something that's recommended by Craig, and it's, as you said, it's entirely improper that it should just get forgotten. It does need to be discussed and voted on. However, having said that, the recommendation by Craig is now, 6 years ago? The Central Council was a very different body from what it was then, and it's by no means obvious that the reasons that were valid then are valid now. I think Simon's already mentioned that there were a few drooping eyelids earlier, but I don't think it was due to having too many reps all trying to speak at once. It was for other reasons. So I don't quite see why we are talking about reducing it. The other reason I've heard for reducing is the fact that a number of societies don't want the expense of sending people to this meeting. Surely that's much easier fixed by having proxies. If you're entitled to 4 votes, by all means send along one person and give them 4 votes. That's easy to solve. On the other side of things, though, I do feel that as a council there have been enormous strides in the last few years, but we still score very badly. We've probably moved from 1 out of 10 to 3 out of 10 in terms of visibility and what the average ringer knows about Central Council. I'm not trying to be sarcastic or rude about that. Going from 1 to 3 is a huge improvement, but we've got a very, very long way to go. So I think we need the more ambassadors and representatives and people who can put the message of why Central Council exists, what's it doing to the average ringers and associations, the better. That's a reason for maintaining a large number of reps, not diminishing it. There is the matter that in recent meetings, the London one and then the one last year, the council has very much been inviting more people to attend. Come along, do the ringing sessions, come along to hear the work group presentations. We're pushing for more people, not fewer people. So why are we trying to say we don't want so many reps? It's the wrong message. Finally, I would say that I totally applaud the fact that, as one of the Craig recommendations, anyone can now join the work groups. But if I can actually quote Simon Linford on page 2 of the document you have here, he says, while it is true that the work of the executive directs can be done by any ringer, those who have stepped forward to be representatives are a rich source of potential helpers. We've heard today how many volunteers we need, how many positions are vacant. Surely that is not the time to be reducing this pool of possible volunteers. So I'd urge you to vote against.
David, Peter Scott, then Phil Watts.
Peter Scott, Yorkshire Association. I endorse the points just made. I would say that if I was organising a ringing meeting and I got 200 volunteers to come there, I would be pleased. I wouldn't want to be cutting it down. And that is from the Yorkshire Association, which is offering to host this in a couple of years' time. My second point is that the compelling vision which Craig created had a number of themes, strands, and they were interlinked. One of them was to reduce the size of this meeting. Another was to create a relationship with all individual ringers across the country, and that the relationship then through this representative meeting would be different. Let's try and pursue those 2 aims as good aims and do it properly. My third point, and this is a quick one, this turkey isn't going to vote for Christmas.
Phil Barnes, who's obviously involved with Craig and would like to, will explain a little bit about why this was contemplated.
Hello. Philip Barnes, Kent County Association.
It's a long time since crack, actually. I entirely agree with David. However, let me just take you back to the vision that there was at the time. That the council would have a more empowered executive that would get on and do stuff. Tick. I mean, I'll say something now that I might have said later in the meeting. A lot of that has been due to the individuals that we've managed to recruit to the executive, specifically the two in the middle there that have done a huge amount of work doing that. However, I rejoined the council because I thought that council had gone from being a bit irrelevant and not doing much to actually, through sticking in its old ways of working, actually be doing some harm by kind of fiddling while Rome burned. And there is a huge amount still to do. I'm interested in today's meeting. Today's meeting has been a little bit more like an old-fashioned central council meeting from where I've been sitting. There's been a little bit more intervention here and there, but what I don't think there's actually been is the job of scrutinising the executive. You don't need 200 people to do that. I think you need some focused individuals who will work very hard at scrutinising and holding the executive to account. And I'm well aware that I'm about no longer to be a member of the executive. I take David's point about ambassadors, but Einstein is widely misquoted as saying one definition of madness is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. For the last umpteen years, central council reps, I'm sorry, all of us, have not been spectacularly effective at being ambassadors for the central council back in our local patches. We are not actually a very good source of communication. Because if we were, everyone would know every piece of good work that the central council is doing, rather than say, well, the central council never done anything. Well, perhaps, well, well, yeah, well, I have to say that communication can be effective or ineffective. So, I think what was originally conceived of was that you'd have an annual festival of ringing. Ringing, not talking, ringing. And that would travel around the country and encourage people to take part, to learn, to try getting some excitement back into ringing, and that the central council meeting would occur alongside it rather than being the centre of it. And that, I still think, is doable, and I think the arguments for the status quo, for me, I have to say, are unconvincing. I'm not going to say which of the potential options I would prefer, but my experience of dealing with organisations is that big is not always beautiful.
Just before Tristan comes in, I just want to say one observation from me. I gave a lift to two young new reps yesterday who didn't know the background to this, and I explained the pros and cons, and etc. And I said one of the consequences of having only one rep per society is you might not be here. But then I said, but you don't need to be a rep. I'd want you to be coming to something. We have to have a mechanism which means that people are involved, but those two people, they don't need to be reps to be involved. That's just an observation. Tristan.
Tristan Lockhart, Leeds University Union. So I think The main issue I have with the proposals is that I have not yet seen evidence of a plan to replace the role the representatives play in work groups. If you look through the list of work group members, on a cursory check, most are either representatives or they're people directly recruited by representatives. So if we got rid of a load of representatives now, there's no guarantee that would actually be able to replace the experience and effort they bring. And secondly, I think this proposal would cut down opportunities for younger ringers, because a lot of the younger ringers here are here because there's been a vacant place and we finally got round to asking them, you know, maybe you'd like it, no one else wants it. So I think that was the case with me. You know, I'm only here because the previous lady was fed up and wanted to go, and so I took the post, and then I got dragged along to all these work group meetings, and you know, here I am. But if we go down to say even 3, will it be 3 long-standing central council members who we couldn't possibly ask to step aside because they've been doing it for so long, and you know, they've got so much experience? You know, there would be sort of no opportunity for these younger ringers to get experience. And also, there's the question of when you're younger, moving about a lot. You know, if I was to move away from London and I would not be able to be a representative there, but my new area might not have any vacancies, and given the attitude some territorial associations have towards selecting central council representatives, it may be a case of dead man's shoes, and by the time a vacancy comes up in that area, I might end up moving again, because that's what you do when you're young, you move about a lot. So I think that this proposal just doesn't allow that scope for involvement, and we haven't got an alternative yet for any of the functions that the reps are currently providing.
Thank you, Kristen. If you could take the microphone to this aisle, there's a comment at the back came first, and then 2 further down the aisle. And then I'll possibly come to John Harrison if you want to.
Sorry. David Parfrey from Bath and Wells. Before I say what I was going to say, I'm really excited by the last point that was made just now, down the floor, about the possibility of a ringing festival that moves around the country, and that the formalities of the meeting happen alongside that. That's a great way of engaging many, many people who wouldn't otherwise find themselves here. Now that does actually connect me onto the point I wanted to make, and that's that I think we are at risk, and I apologise if I'm offending anybody, but I think we're at risk of finding ourselves, setting ourselves as a little club in our own right, which is slightly separated, divorced from everyday ringing back at our societies and associations. And for me, I'm not against motion B actually, but something that troubles me with the way it's written there is 1 representative member, 2 representative members, 3 representative members. To me, the members of this body are our societies and our associations, not us. And so if that was written 1 representative, that would feel much more comfortable with me. And if that was allied with the fact that maybe you could, if the 1 representative you were allowed wasn't able to come, you could send a deputy, then that would be, again, much more comfortable to me. I think we are just in danger of becoming a closed society made up of us people who come year in, year out, never change. There's never a vacancy because we don't actually want to stop doing the job, so we don't make way for the youngsters. The people who'd like to join won't step forward because they don't really want to have a competition with those long-standing members who haven't stepped aside. I think if we just had it throw up in the air a bit and remember that our societies and the members, we are their representatives, that maybe we might come in from a different way. But I love the idea of the festival. That's the way to engage people.
Thank you. Coming down and 2 more in the same aisle. Then come over there.
Annie Hall from the Coventry Guild. as long as I can remember, there's always been issues with the Central Council. I think I can remember complaints when my father was a member of the council going back into the 60s. But during COVID, you were absolutely invaluable to those of us out in the regions. The information was prompt, it was up to date, and it was so reliable. And I think more and more members of my society were so encouraged by what they heard from the council. Having said that, I think in a survey they'd say, oh, it's no use. You know, because that's what people do, don't they? It's easier to say that rather than to think back and where you were. And the other thing I'd like to say, two more things. I was delighted to see the number of new representatives today from the younger age group. I thought that was really good. We've just done a survey in our guild, and we've had 98 responses, and 14 came from people under 45. So I do know your statistics are correct. And the other thing, we've had in our society, as many others, our guild, we have experienced issues getting volunteers to come forward. But people will come forward to be central council reps. It's nothing to do with expenses, because most of our members never claim. But they do take your messages back. And so to reduce that number, I think would be a negative point at this time.
Jeff Forrest, I think there's a couple over there, one over there, and then I think we might read the mood music again.
Jeff Horrett, Herts County Association. All the changes that we've made from CRAG have been really positive, and the result is that we have much more efficient meetings. And the executive do have a lot more autonomy. But that means we need a balance, and reducing the number of reps does not provide that balance. We are a democratic organisation, and this should not start with reducing the number of reps on the Central Council. To be more specific too, with the probably some of the roles of the reps, we have talked about communication with the ringers. When I joined the Central Council, one of the biggest problems was communication with the ringers. I would probably agree that the council reps are not doing as much as they should, but that's not going to help by reducing the number. Let's say in Hertfordshire we have 600 ringers, we have 4 reps, which means each of us needs to communicate with 150. My district is 120 members wide, so I can just about reach all the members. By reducing it to 1 or 2 would mean communication with the ringers would be more difficult, and it would further isolate the Central Council and the executive from normal ringers. Anybody that was around last night or in the hall this morning would see groups of people chatting, exchanging views. That is such an important part of the Central Council meeting. Companies provide lots and lots of money to get their middle management, if you count us as middle management, together to network with each other. And that networking and meeting younger ringers and meeting ringers from across the country is so important. It should not be underestimated. And by reducing the number of council members, you will reduce that interaction, and I think it's a really bad move. There's some other things that are around this. We've moved from a successful AGM on bank holidays to September so that we can accommodate 200 people in the lecture hall. We are now trying to reduce it down to 69. Could well save money because you can do that in the village hall. Now the other thing is the executive seem to be very keen to go for direct membership. You will not get direct membership without offering a vote, and that means if you are successful and you have you get 1,000 people, if you go that way and you have 1,000 people with direct membership, you will have 1,000 people who want to vote. We get we are getting mixed messages from the executive, and I think until we've properly decided on what we want from the number of members, then we should reject these proposals. And as the last point, if any, I've added up all the pros, I won't go through them all, of keeping our membership. It comes to about 8. If you look at the benefits of reducing, it's probably about 2, so that's 8 to 2 for staying where we are. If you look at the report which was published in the Ringing World in April and look at the conclusions, you will find that the benefits of staying where we are outweigh the benefits of reducing, and that's in the report which the Central Council, the Executive produced. So I think we ought to stay where we are.
Thank you, Jeff. We're running out of new arguments now, so I want to just take 3 more points who I've seen hands for, and then I'll see if John Harrison wants to put his amendment. A couple over there, and then we've got a couple over here, and then particularly if these are different points, because I think we've heard some arguments.
Peter Harrison, and yes, it is a slightly different point. One of the things I will briefly touch on though is the ringing weekend and things like that. That sounds like a really good idea. We do that in ANZAB because people come along from a long distance and so forth and make a whole weekend out of it. So regardless, you should do that. I don't think that should be part of this. If we do reduce the number of reps, and I agree, reps, not rep members, and there's only 1 or 2 from ANZAB, and I'm not one of them, I will not be coming over for it. It is a long way for people outside of Britain to come over to these meetings. That's quite a significant cost as well, which I don't know what it's like for the other international societies, but ANZAB does not pay my ticket to come all the way over to the UK for a little jolly. So that is going to be a significant difference for international members, and a point that was made just now, it will also make the Central Council even less relevant than what it is in, or specifically ANZAB, because we function very well, we look after 2 countries already. I can't speak for the other international societies.
Further down the same row.
Nick Elks, Peterborough Guild. Just a quick one related to that. If we reduce the number of reps, will the meeting be open to people who are not reps to come as observers? To still be somehow involved?
I'll take 2 more. I'm going to take Clyde, I'm going to take John.
Cool, so I just want to address a couple of points that seem to have been used as arguments. So just so you're aware, I'm one of these people who is new to the Central Council and doesn't have an opinion at the moment on this. So one point that was brought was communication's easier with more reps. I would say communication is just as easy by one person going to your association, taking that point and driving it forward, and it's then down to the associations or your groups to pass that information forward. So then we look at what's the quality of the people in this room with respect to going back and actually carrying out the agendas from Central Council, but also just improving ringing and improving opportunities. So have a think about, if the numbers were to reduce, then you would have to pick people who are really going to do that job well. And that might not include everyone who's here today. It might not include people who have been coming for 20 and 30 years. So really think about who's been sent by those groups and what is the impact that we're aiming for here.
Thank you, Simon. Clyde, then 2 more there. Clyde, then 2 there, and then I'll conclude.
Thank you. Clive Whittaker, Middlesex County Association, London Diocesan Guild. I mean, like most people in the room, I think I've thought very carefully about this motion, and I'd just like to sort of synthesise some of the arguments to and fro. I'd just like people to hold in their minds 2 figures. First of all, the first one is that it relates to the size of the council. In 1999, the meeting was attended by 220 members. That did include 22 of what Jane Wilkinson in her recent Ringing World article called frilly extra members. But 220 it was. The last 4 meetings, the average has been 154. So the first figure that we should perhaps just hold at the back of our minds is 30%. That's the degree to which attendance at council meetings has dropped over the last 20 years. Second figure is relates to the duration of council meetings. In the 21 years to 2018, that's before the CRAG proposals were agreed, the average council meeting duration was 5 hours 14 minutes. In the last 4 years since CRAG, it's gone down to 3 hours 45. So the second figure, just have the back of your mind, is 28%. That's the degree to which the length of council meetings has already gone down. So in that context, the benefits of the motion, there seem to be 3 of them. The first one, it delivers on CRAG. It's perhaps just important to mention, this motion is not being put forward by the executive. It is being put forward with the unanimous view of the executive that it's something the council should decide on because it was in a recommendation from the CRAG report. But different executive members, past and present, have had different views about it. The first gain is that it fulfills that recommendation from the CRAG report. Second one, better quality of debate, better council meetings. And thirdly, the saving cost to larger societies from sending members to council meetings. But let's just look at those very quickly. The first of them, the CRAG report. Well, the 2017 CRAG report, recommendation D3, asked the executive to bring forward proposals to make council meetings, and I quote, significantly shorter and more effective. Significantly shorter and more effective. And in that context, to consider the feasibility of reducing the council's size. Now, that language doesn't say to me that reducing the council size was regarded as a fundamental precept, an absolute prerequisite of reform. It seems to me that it was a means to an end, and the end was significantly shorter and more effective council meetings. So you could say that with the numbers now down attending council meetings to what they last were in 1964, that's the last time that 154 people attended a council meeting, bar one, which was held in Penzance, apologies to the Truro Guild. Bar that one exception, we have to go right the way back to 1964 to find a council meeting with as few people attending who is in this room today. In terms of the other benefits, better council debates, well, there are lots of organisations that have different sized AGMs. The AGM is once a year. Scout Association had 233 of theirs, British Cycling had 86, National Trust had 2,000, although most of those were online. And the Royal Horticultural Society had 148. So I must admit, I have a degree of relaxation about the number of people at an AGM. There doesn't seem to be a correlation between the quality of the organisation and the number of people who turn up at the AGM. And then finally, the third benefit in terms of the saving of cost, well, it does seem from those figures, the 28% and the 30%, that societies are voting with their feet. And where council members don't feel it's necessary to attend a meeting, they don't, and when they do, they do. So those are the benefits. In terms of the disadvantages, I think David Smith is absolutely right that it does send a mixed message in terms of what we're trying to achieve. Perhaps we should decide what kind of council weekend we want first. Do we want the kind of all-inclusive weekend where we bring in lots of people, we open up our meeting, we have as many people as we can, of the kind that David is talking about and other people have as well? Or do we have a sort of conclave of the great and the good, and we try and get the best possible quality out of the people we have in the room? To be honest, for an annual general meeting, either way, I'm not certain whether it makes that much difference. And the other point, the other negative point, which a couple of people have commented on, is the risk that we will be cutting off the green shoots. At Nottingham last year, we saw a number of new faces. There was a perception that the average age of Central Council members had gone down a smidgen. And that trend has continued with this year in Ipswich. If we have a situation where there are fewer members, or there's maybe one member per society, Is there a risk that it's those younger people, those green shoots, who will fall on their swords in order to give way to more experienced hands? If so, that would be a great shame, I think, and it would take a number of years to recover. So I'm not saying that those two problems are insoluble, but we need a plan. And I'm not convinced that the motion currently in front of us represents that plan and indicates that those downsides have perhaps been given as much thought as they should have been.
Thank you, Clive. I'm taking two more comments. Philip Green at the back, and then Jane Wilkinson finally.
Philip Green, Lincoln Diocese and Guild, Bellringers. I'm against this proposal. One of the main reasons being it's fine for some of the guilds and associations, as in London areas, maybe Essex and Kent, where the geographical area of the association is relatively small. When you come to a place like Lincolnshire, possibly Northumberland, the reps, if we have 3 reps in Lincoln, say, we're possibly 80 miles apart, and the membership does not like to think that their nearest central council person they can talk to is 80 miles ago. They'll never see them. So at least we can give representation in the guild. And as for the talk at Ringing Festival, 4 years ago this council voted against moving the annual general meeting away from the spring bank holiday. Having it away from the spring bank holiday means there are a lot of us can, because of work commitments, can get here for a Saturday and a Sunday. It cuts out the opportunity for those, a lot of us, to be able to ring in events on the Friday of a bank holiday weekend. It gives the opportunity for a Monday ringing festival where family, friends and a larger community can get together with the Central Council, whilst maybe not having many more people at the actual AGM meeting.
Thank you. Jane Wilkinson, and then we'll put it to the vote.
Mr. Chairman, Wilkinson, Society of Royal Cumberland Youths. I pick up on what Clyde was saying. The meeting in Lincoln, which had the biggest attendance with only 9 people missing, was my last meeting as Central Council President. And I thought to myself, don't be too swollen-headed, this is very exciting. And then somebody pointed out to me it was because everybody wanted to get rid of me. And I'm feeling fairly cross now. I have Crispin sitting in front of me, and he's just made the speech, very nearly the speech I was going to make, but rather more eloquently. And I would like to throttle him, but he's bigger than me. I also would like to make the point that he is one of the youngest members, and he was going to make that speech. Then I was going to make the same speech, and I don't know whether I'm the longest standing member here today, but I've been on the council since 1973. Andrew will probably been on it longer. No. I think this is a very retrograde step if we take it, because it has meant that the council, there's a lot of people who don't talk at the meeting. This is good, but they can have opinions. And I think we need to keep a large membership of the Central Council. And I beg that the Council will vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I'm going to put this to the vote now.
Sorry, no. You said you were going to come to me when others.
Sorry, do you want to put your amendment, John?
I would certainly like to say things.
Okay, say things and then. Yeah.
What I'm going to say is slightly modified from what it would have been having heard the previous debate. I too think that this motion is not good, because I see it as a halfway step. A lot of the points, basically Craig gave a suggestion that we needed a significant reduction, and it gave a figure of 25 to 40%. It also suggested that we needed to reset. Now it strikes me what we're trying to do at the moment is carry on this cosy club of a couple of 100 which meet together and believe that we're representing everybody and linking with everybody when we're not. If we don't change, we're doing what I saw the council do in the early 2000s when one president tried to bring in reform, and what I saw run into the long grass in the 2014 or thereabouts similarly. We're just going to not change.
At the moment, there's a significant problem between the council and everybody else. We shouldn't be saying, how do we want to run this weekend, and then let's see how many people we want on the council. Craig gave the executive a lot more power. They need scrutiny. That is our job. I don't believe that 200 people are needed to do it, and in fact I believe that a significantly smaller number chosen for that job could do a better job. They might not be the best people for communicating across their square miles of guild, in which case somebody else should do that. The idea that you have to have a lot of representatives because otherwise they don't know everybody personally, that's nonsense. I don't, the 6 of us in Oxford Guild don't personally know all of our 2,000 whatever it is members. The danger if we keep this, and so far I've heard most people speaking against reduction, saying my objection, my motion was going to be that we should go to 1 representative per society. Because that's in the middle of the range that Craig represented. It will focus both our minds and our society's minds on what a representative is here for, and the fact that we can't carry on doing things and so there's a nice cosy number, they'll feel cosy, so they'll carry on as they were. It doesn't really matter that they're not very well connected, they'll do a few extra things. So I don't know how much support there would be for that move, but I certainly think would say either change, do something drastic, change the reset, go to 1, or carry on as you are, feel nice and cosy, don't change anything, forget about direct membership, and I think that's another thing that's dangerously close to the long grass. I do have a formal amendment, but if the mood of the room is that we don't want any reduction anyway, there's no point in putting it there and all the detail. So Simon, maybe you could give some indication of whether it's worth me putting a formal amendment or not.
I think the mood of the room is it's not worth us voting. Yeah? Yeah, okay. I think we need to move to vote on the proposal above, which is all those in favour.
Are we voting on that?
Yes, we vote on that. All those in favour? We don't need to count this. Oh, we don't. We need 2/3 majority. We don't need to count.
Can I just understand this, Simon? We're not. This is a
voting on motion B.
Voting on motion B as it is, which is a change of rules.
Yes. So it's 2/3 of present and voting, ignoring abstentions but counting.
Which means we need 90 people for it.
I think it needs to be counted. So if we keep hands high, perhaps if our 2 tellers could just count them. Are we happy we have a number? Okay. Are there any against? I don't think that needs to be counted because that's more than were in favour. So that motion is defeated.
Abstentions?
Abstention. Any abstentions? 6. No more than that. 6 abstentions. 7 no, I see 2. 8 abstentions to be recorded. Move on to the motion C. Less controversial. The library.
Hopefully this won't keep you too long. This is the culmination of a rather long piece of work done by another member of the Ridley family who is at the Ridley family wedding today. He's not getting married, at least I'm sure his wife hopes he isn't getting married to someone else. We need a new venue for the library. The library steward wants her spare room back. I think the library steward wants her husband back as well. So we do need to move on. This has taken probably the best part of 18 months from a long list of 17 potential places to place the library. It was whittled down to a short list of 3. One of them was the National Ringing Centre, which for the reasons that Simon told us earlier is less likely either to have the space or to really be a guaranteed venue. The other was the University of Cambridge Library, which in many ways would be a marvellous place for it to be, particularly if you live in Cambridge, obviously. It's a highly professional library, as you would expect. Unfortunately, they would only take the collection as a donation. That means that the council would need to give up not only the financial asset, which is probably in this day and age somewhat notional of about, I think, £85,000 or so as a current valuation, but Cambridge University Library would then have control over what was kept or not. They would also be expecting a donation from the Central Council to help with the indexing of the library, since they have a different indexing system to the one that's used. And as a result of that, it was felt that with such an important asset to ringing, that would be a less preferable venue. So the preferred venue is subject to negotiation. It's the Loughborough Bell Museum. Now they're willing to accept the collection on a loan basis. There will be costs, replacing the roller bookcases and so on. But there would be access during normal hours. You wouldn't need to have a Cambridge University Library ticket. And as a result, that is the executive's decision. Now, it's our decision because, it's our decision, it's actually less than 30% of the assets, so it's within the exec's competence. However, we are keen that the meeting agree that and are happy with that and ask any questions. So, any questions?
Just one comment, we can't take too long. Enid wants to they're going to lock the doors at 6. Enid. Just Enid, I think.
Enid Roberts, Australian and New Zealand Association of Bellringers. I have been a librarian in university libraries for 30 years. I am not in the least surprised that none of them wanted to accept the collection. University libraries have their own priorities for acquisition of books. And I'm also on an ANZAB committee, which is looking at the future of the ANZAB library, a much smaller library with many of the same problems. Our collection is housed in the house that belongs to Bill and Esther Perrins, and they happen to want their spare room back. So I have considered a lot of these problems, and I really do support this generous and appropriate offer from Loughborough Bell Foundry Trust and the Friends of the Library, because it seems to me you keep the ownership of the collection, you've got assured housing for it, you've got assured access, and it's at a very reasonable cost. So I wholeheartedly support this proposal.
Thank you. One comment, and I really do need to put this to the vote.
Robert Perry, Truro, Gloucester and Guild. I'm sorry if this is an over-technical question, but I think I need to ask it. Will this be a business tenancy within the meaning of Part 2 of the Landlord and Tenant Act 1954? If so, will the council be maintaining security of tenure? And in either event, has the council taken independent professional advice on the terms?
We are taking independent legal advice on the terms.
Yeah, there is independent legal advice being taken. I can't answer the specifics of the first point, not being a lawyer.
Well, I'm not a lawyer either. I was a chartered surveyor for a long time, and I know one or two things about business tenancies. And I'd be happy if we knew the basis on which this accommodation would be being taken, because if it's a business lease, then we've got more protection than if it's merely a licence. Thank you.
Very quickly, Andrew, seeing as you're on both sides of the fence.
I'm a trustee of the London Welfare Trust, and this is being done on the back. You should know that I hope you know, that we're in the middle of a major restoration of the Foundry building supported by the lottery. Part of the lottery's objectives are that our archive at Loughborough should become much more freely open and available. It should become a place of study, and our library, which is much, much smaller than the council's, should also be available. We've managed to scrape the funds together for roller racking and to extend the capacity of it. We already have a number of other collections and what have you that are placed with us for safekeeping by people like Sharp and museums are dumping their collections on us if they can. So it's going to build up into quite a large collection, and the council library is very welcome, and it'll be a manned library. It'll be open, as has been said, 5 days a week, and the basis of the agreement is a service agreement between the council and the trust, and the council retains ownership, it's insured, and basically if you want to take it away at any time you can.
Thank you, Andrew. Can I put this to the vote? All those in favour? Any against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We'll do the last two very quickly. The future meetings. The next meeting will be hosted by the Guild of Devonshire Ringers. Thank you very much. There's been an invitation received by the Yorkshire Association for 2025 as part of their celebrations. So we look forward to those. Any other business? Oh, it goes on to the trustees. Yes, by a very narrow margin, the Ian Coulson has been elected trustee. Very narrow margin. Yes, 59 to 60. With 80 abstentions.
Can I have the meetings for the disposal of ballot papers?
Yeah. Items of any other business?
I've just got the attendance figures normally reported. Right. We have the attendance figures for today.
It's very low on battery.
That's telling us something. We've only paid for.
Right. We have 24 societies fully represented, 33 societies partially represented, and 9 societies not represented at all of the voting societies. Fully represented and small society 1, and not represented at all 1, which is the total of 68 societies. We have 2 fellows present, 8 ex officio members, 61 voting reps from partial representation, 72 from the first figure was fully represented, the second was partially, and small societies 1. So we have 144 people here, which meant that in order to carry that majority, you needed 90 people.
Sorry, yes, just a very quick, I'll use my teacher voice. One of the real benefits of having this number of people here is the opportunity to network, which is something Jeff mentioned. The Bedfordshire Association, we're undertaking a review of our association, the objectives, the structure, and I know that there are other associations that are doing similarly, and I have chatted to people informally about this, but I'm just wondering whether next year, as part of the weekend, perhaps on Sunday, there might be an opportunity for those who are interested, representatives of associations, to have a sort of networking, brainstorming event to talk about reviews of associations, purposes of associations, those associations or guilds that are undertaking a similar process to us, looking at our objectives and what we're doing. whether that might be something for the executive to consider as part of next year's weekend.
We really have run out of time, I'm afraid, very quickly.
Yeah, very quickly, Mary Bowen, Essex Association, could we thank the executive, especially Simon and David, for all their work in the last year?
Can I just thank the team for organising this event? With that, I declare the meeting closed, and we really do need to move.